be annoying. I'm like, no.
It's like, don't half-ass it. Just get it over with and like, let's do this.
Yeah.
Because here it's like that very fine line between like whether everything shuts down or everything stays open. And it's like, come on, if you're gonna snow, just do it. Get over it.
Yeah, we might actually have the hospital. Well, the hospital's not going to shut down, but they may have all the interns and like mental health people just work tele. We're trying to figure that out. We heard that we'll probably know day of, but I don't know. If I have to work telehealth, I can work telehealth. I have no problem with that. In fact, I actually kind of prefer working telehealth. I like not leaving my apartment, making my own cup of tea, being able to clean and do shit between sessions. But we'll see.
Okay.
Do you find it more difficult to read like body language though?
Excuse me?
Do you find it more difficult to read body language though?
Sometimes, but no, I'm still able to do a lot of the work. As long as they have their camera open, you can see stuff. I mean, not see like their legs and stuff, but you can see like how they react to things and their faces. So.
So, getting started here. Let me make sure I have Chara's thing open. Her character sheet. Okay. So, interesting session. Last session. It was a girl session.
Oh, I saw.
And just a heads up, I'm trying something new where I'm opening my. I've got a third device here, so if I have to suddenly bounce out of, I may have to muck things around a bit. So just bear with me. Oh. But who would like to give the recap?
I already have
I know.
inspiration, so Kara, if you can,
Okay.
you can. If you have,
Yeah, I can do it.
that way you get inspiration. I don't know.
I still have one.
Oh, do you?
But, you know, I don't mind doing it. You did the recap last time, so.
All right, go for it.
Like I mentioned, it was basically a whole session of getting into some shenanigans. Let's see here. Where to even begin? I gotta look at my notes again. We basically, when we found all the survivors down in the dungeon, basically started with piecing together who they were, learned a little bit more about that they've come from all over the place, different locations, that the capturing of them was significantly different. It wasn't all exactly the same. So there wasn't necessarily a commonality, just kind of abductions of ease, varying in ages from 20s to late 70s or something along those lines. But then we started talking about basically what our next steps were going to be. And we had a conversation with the one that went by Maria, who kind of gave us some more information about the will of the eye, or the lack of knowledge thereof. But that all they overheard kind of being discussed was this will of the eye was making all the cults actually engage together instead of fighting each other. And some basically wanting to bring something back or potentially resurrect something. Wasn't quite sure what they were meaning, but doing something awful. Only the higher ups were actually able to speak to whatever this eye was. And so basically we didn't learn too much about exactly the goal between all the cults. It's still kind of up in the air a little bit. So we decided that best approach was to go back to Red Larch, since it was the closest town, and take the people with us so they could go to the All Face Chapel and get healed and taken care of, and that we could check in on how Red Larch is doing, since it's been a couple weeks since we were there, 2 months to be exact. And as we arrived, we noticed that the town was doing pretty good. Most everything was already rebuilt or in the process of being rebuilt. The tavern had grown a little bit, had more room. There was a difference of kind of the overarching feel of the town. And we were being welcomed by a lot of people that recognized us as we were walking through town. We stopped at the inn and touched base with, oh my gosh, what's her name?
Kaylessa.
Yeah. And just had a conversation, talked about best place to take the survivors, which was the All Faith Chapel. Headed over there and ended up having some pretty deep conversations with the priestess. Kind of talking about the Chained One and basically the time of the gods before and after. And basically if she had any information that she could give us about this eye. But we learned that basically a little of the other eye was in prison, and was in prison in basically like a pocket dimension type place where they had full reign and could manipulate it to be a space that they liked. But they still have the name the Chained One because of that, because they're basically in prison there and want to escape it at some point. We learned that it was called a place, the Void Harrow, and that they could manipulate it to their whims. Afterwards, we also had some individual conversations with her, and I reconnected with Sora, a long-lost party member that's basically been staying at the All Faith Chapel, basically growing a garden, continuing their faith following, and attempted to see if the priestess would be willing to take the gems from me, at least the one that's still physical. But she declined, said it would probably be better to stay with me since it came to me, but to be very careful because of the fact that it's one's embedded into me. We don't know what all it can do. As we started walking back to the inn for the evening, Chara decided to take a little detour and turn into Yala and go to a bakery. And basically decided to buy almost the whole inventory and make the day of that bakery. And as she was walking back to the inn to meet us, was handing out all the goods and basically spreading Yala's abundance.
It 100% was the entire stock of that bakery. She
Yeah.
bought everything.
Yeah, because it was actually first thing in the morning. You and I
Yeah.
we shared the room. She had her own, so she got up super early, went to the bakery, and like bought them out first thing, and then met us
Right.
back for breakfast. Yeah.
Yep. Once she returned, Nina and Liam had headed over to Valavos to sell some of the gems that we've had on us for quite a while, so we could get some money to buy some different supplies. And we'll actually, I believe, retcon a little bit, so if you guys need to buy something from Valavo, we'll play that out. Basically, Rowan was just so defeated from being in the dungeon and everything that she actually overslept, even though she's normally an earlier one to arise. So she has stayed back at the inn and was just absolutely beat. And then after going to Valavos, we all met up once I was awake and decided to head to Anto's and check out his new shop. If you remember, Antonio was able to do a very special sending capability and has made a career out of it. So we decided to do some sending spells, check in with Corbett and Miss Pipsy, and Nina sends a message to Gallivher for that. And Shara sent a message to the Prince of Fools, that's Satyr, that had taken her place at one point. See if she could gain any information from him, or at least set up a meeting to talk about this Elder Eye and see what he may know. And Rowan decided to do a sending to her father, who she hasn't talked to in quite a while, and in the sending decided to let him know that she knew about the past. And followed that up with, was it you, Nina, that did, or did I? I think I did, with the sending to attempt to flick.
I think you attempted to flick.
I think so. I think it sounds right.
Yeah.
So, since the sending can be done pretty much anywhere that's a little bit different than anyone else, we decided to give a shot for Flick to see what happens, and basically confirmed that Flick is in fact deceased. And that's where we ended the session.
The only other thing I have to add to it is that we agreed to have Nina send her bird figurine with Animal Messenger to Renwick, the Lich, to ask if there was anything we could do to gain their help in getting knowledge on the cult. And he gave us a place to meet him, quote unquote, whatever that might mean, because he doesn't really leave, but outside somewhere. So if we're ready, we can go there. And then even though Flick's letter told us not to go to Waterdeep, we've all decided that that might be a good idea. But we can definitely, I think, DM, you wanted to retcon, give Liam a chance to interact with Valivo and do some stuff there, and then we can kind of actually plan where we're going. But just so you know, the girls were pretty gung-ho about, yeah, let's go to Waterdeep. We can learn something there.
Which, by the way, Rowan, I'm very surprised you didn't start off your sending when I watched it with, so I met Nathan.
So, yes.
Who are you? What? She was too nervous of even what to say.
Several sendings were sent. It was nice to head back to Red Larch for a bit, to kind of see how the city has kind of reconstructed and is slowly growing. But with that being said, I forgot. Actually, I think. Yeah, so one thing I forgot to mention was, as you guys were in Red Larch, you noticed there were a lot of streamers and ribbons being hung throughout, adding to the general air of people gathering and helping rebuild. And all of you can roll me perception checks. Or, no, I'm sorry, history checks.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
And I hate that my brain immediately went to people walking around with their phones out when you said streamers.
16 for Rowan.
Okay.
15 for Liam.
Okay.
17 for me.
Excellent.
History.
I didn't realize I was muted.
Oh,
12.
you're fine.
Just straight 12.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, it's not a high DC. All of you recall as you start to see these streamers that are just kind of hanging from railings, from doors and posts. Tomorrow's High Harvest Tide. Because DM totally didn't even realize it as she was updating the calendar. but all of you would remember that High Harvest Tide is essentially the last push to gather and build before winter, basically, before the festivities of High Harvest Tide. So everyone's kind of been really trying to push to get things, at least shelters and things, built enough that they can get through the winter that is fast coming. But yeah, you're starting to see this morning a lot more buildup of wagons and such coming through. A lot more people seem to be kind of setting up in their own little campsite area. Caravans that are stopping to clearly set up their little shops and such. All the you guys are used to in Red Larch, the farmers market they used to have. They haven't been able to restart that. But because of High Harvest Tide, this is the perfect time for them to gather what little resources they have been able to get and to bring it in. So you see a lot of outside farmers and gatherers coming in and setting up their little shops as well. But yeah, there's a general excitement in the air knowing that tomorrow's High Harvest Tide. With that being said, essentially in real time, you could consider it, it's like the beginning of October. It sounds like it's the beginning of winter, but it's like the end of bringing in the harvest. We are now bringing everything in and getting ready for winter to come.
The beginning of the end. In
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Last session I also bought 5 healing potions, so I think I gave
yes.
everyone a healing potion, just to pass those out really quick too. I had that as a note.
Yep.
It was just a regular potion of healing, but
How much were they?
I bought 5. 50, I think is what we do, right? Yeah, because I have this in here as worth 250 for 5.
Okay. Nathan probably would have dropped 50 gold in your hand then.
Yeah, I thought you got like fair market value because of
Yeah.
Liam being
Yeah.
what he was to Velivo. With that being said, Liam, is there anything having come back to Red Larch that you in particular would like to do?
Well,
Yeah.
no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the girls, basically, you guys stopped at Kales's at one point. You have stopped at Valivo's, and they stopped at
All Faith Chapel.
Allface Chapel. I was actually thinking of my communications guy.
Oh,
Antino?
Antino. Thank you.
Remind me, Kalesa is who again?
She is the head of the Swinging Sword Inn.
Figured she was ahead of something. I just couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
she runs the inn. There's the inn on the one side. Oh, I should probably throw you guys back on the map. That would be helpful, right? Let's do that, Megan. Back on.
Yeah, we made DM get the grand old all of Faerun map out as we tried to figure out how far away Waterdeep was and if it was worth it.
I forgot one important detail during the review of the last session. We did feed all the survivors
Using Rowan's duck crown.
using the duck crown.
I saw. It was great.
I finally called the ducks to be eaten, so Nathan's happy now.
I
He
forgot
is,
about that.
especially watching Nina fry them all.
Okay, so you
Important.
would recall. Let me do this. Allface, or I'm sorry, Swinging Sword Inn is here. Is that working? Can you see that ping?
Yes, we
Okay.
can see the ping. Yep.
And then there is also the hold on. Number 3, not number 5. Oh no, my cards are so out of order. The Helmet High Sun, which is directly across the street. So you have the Swinging Sword Inn and the Helmet High Sun. Helmet High Sun, you remember, is the tavern. A little bit kind of more rowdy kind of crowd. It's the late night one. Helmet High Sun, both of them have expanded. Helmet High Sun, though, has expanded outward. It's built its rooms outward. The tavern, it has its own tavern at this point because of how much growth Red Larch is receiving, with people starting to come in. So they also have a fully functioning tavern as opposed to just the sort of, we have a dining room type thing and the inn upstairs. So you guys, that's where Kaylessa is. Swinging Sword Inn. Sorry, that was a long roundabout answer to your question, Liam.
Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is I want to do a little. Actually, how much gold do I have now?
Great
My
question.
inventory says I have 153 pieces of gold, 3 pieces of silver, 51 pieces of copper. Is that counting everything we sold last time?
I held on to what I just sold what was in my inventory, so I held on to that gold to pay Gulliver back. But if you want to, if you have any gems or anything in your inventory, you can get their values worth in gold from DM as like a retro thing, unless you want to go play it out now too. So we didn't actually give you any gold last time. We were going to give you the option to go do your sailing and selling and haggling now.
So, yeah, I'm gonna go to Valivo. I want to see if he has got any interesting items for me today.
Okay. Yeah, you head to Valavos.
They have some stuff I'm interested in selling.
He, when the group of you have already come in, and you know he just instantly he saw you at the Swinging Sword Inn earlier, but as the group of you had come in to shop, he greets you quite openly and is just very excited to see you. He explains how much his business has grown. You see quite a bit of expansion for his own shop and a little bit more organization, weirdly enough. He is still employing the orphans in the area, and you actually notice there seems to be several more. And you see Garb also there, just kind of off to the side. He gives you a bit of a nod and a wave as he leans down, and as one of the orphans comes up to him and he looks at what they're working on paper-wise, and he just nods, and you see him kind of direct them off, and they scurry off. So a little bit of organization has come to Valivos thanks to Garb's presence here.
Excellent, excellent. Hello, old friend. How are you?
Oh, Liam, I'm so excited you came back to visit the store. What can I do for you, boy?
I'm curious how things been going for you. It seems like you've been you
Expanding
expanded?
exponentially thanks to everything you've done.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me, how has business been?
I mean, look at it. Garb has been a lifesaver. I'm just gonna tell you. You made an excellent decision on that. I will fully trust your choices in employment for the future.
Excellent.
And come here. And he kind of pulls you towards the counter. All right, so he kind of goes back behind the counter, and you see him disappear. And a moment later, you hear scrounging, and where's it? Oh, God. Oh, yeah, here it is. You hear a couple things tumble to the floor. Okay. Pulls out a stack, and you hear it slam onto the counter. This. New pamphlets, new advertisements, everything you did, we have grown. Waterdeep has taken notice of us, my boy. Waterdeep. Can you believe that?
I'm surprised that we were nowhere near there. So I'm excited that you've gotten such an increase in business. I guess my question, Velivo, though, is what's your has your stock changed at all?
I mean, we have quite a bit of the same stock. However, I might have some new. Is there anything you're looking for?
Well, as always, we are adventurers. I wouldn't say no to any sort of magic items, books, any sort of information. I mean, what do you have new?
So the way his shop kind of works, he's got all kinds of stuff. If you're looking for something specific, tell me what it is, and I'll roll and let you know if we've got it. Like, if you're just wanting kind of an assortment, I can open up a table, and you can roll on it.
I guess, specifically,
Uh-huh.
Any sort of special daggers
Okay.
or rapiers,
Okay.
magic items,
Mhm.
or specifically maybe books on poisoning.
Okay. So, we'll start with magic items. Let's have you roll a D100.
D100, okay. Was not expecting that. Good thing I divided up all my dice and organized them, just in case. Okay, I got a 42.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that a couple times. Give me 3 D100s.
Whoop. So 42, 53,
Okay.
and 42 again.
Go ahead and roll that again.
I was gonna say, can I re-roll that?
Yeah.
Out of 100 numbers, I got 42 twice.
I actually did that on Wednesday, I think. Like, I got 2 6s, and I was like, that's just unheard of.
So 42, 53, and 89.
All right.
Or was
And
that
yet-
Mike on Thursday? Sorry, never mind.
That was is a bit of ridiculous having the same number. Like, what are the odds? Really, what are the odds?
So, you see Valivo stand there for a second and kind of stroke his chin. And you notice on his little... Oh shit, what is he?
You say, what is he?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember. What is he? Is he like... I can't remember if he's a halfling or if he's a gnome. I thought he was a gnome.
Gnome sounds familiar from last session.
I was
but
like, I'm pretty sure that was a question last session.
yeah.
Megan.
No.
Alright, he's a gnome, officially. You see him kind of stroking these little, barely there whiskers, but he seems quite proud of it. And as he thinks, Venom! He calls out to the back. And he flips open a book, holds up a finger, and... Bring me the Helm of Comprehending Languages,
Ooh.
the Potion of Hill Giant Strength,
Ooh.
and the
okay.
Potion of Water Breathing. And you hear far in the distance, I'm on it! And a minute or two later, you hear a lot of scrounging. You kind of see Garb off to the side, kind of, every time he hears like something kind of crash, he's like, God, okay, He starts to march his way back there. But few moments later, you see a small boy kind of come up, pushing a wooden box that he pushes down the aisle and runs it right into the counter. And Valleyville would come around, pick it up, lift it around, walk up the little bench he has and set it on the counter. Pull it out, pull it out, pull it out. Pull out all 3 items for you. All right. How would these things do for you?
I mean, tell me about them. What exactly can they do? I'm a bit in awe.
The potion of hill giant strength. When you drink it, I'm told you grow excessive muscles, huge, much like a hill giant, and your strength score changes to 21 for an hour. But you would see, as you kind of pick up this potion, you would see it has a floating sliver of a fingernail in it, a very large looking fingernail.
What is that in there, Valivo?
He kind of squints, adjusts his glasses, gets real close, hands on the desk. Hill giant fingernail? Probably toenail or pinky nail from the looks out of it.
Okay.
But just a clipping.
Okay.
We'd never fit a whole one in there.
Okay, interesting. Tell me, this helm, you said it's about comprehend languages?
Oh, yes. Wear this helm, and you can basically use an action to cast comprehend languages spell from it at will. It does not cost a spell slot or anything.
Excellent. Okay. I mean, I'm intrigued by that one. How much does that cost?
And he starts looking through his book. That is uncommon. So... it's quite an uncommon item, so I would say... he kind of eyes slide towards you. Because it's you? 300 gold pieces.
100. Shit. Okay. Valivo. Okay, let's put that to the side for now.
All right. Shoves it to
I'm
the
interested.
side.
The potion of water breathing. It does what it says on the tin. You drink it, you can breathe in water.
What was that? 53. Yeah, you can breathe underwater for 1 hour, and it looks like a cloudy green fluid. As you kind of pop it open, pop the cork, you kind of sniff it, and it smells of the sea. It has this like jellyfish-like bubble that's kind of floating in it, kind of going down and then up, almost like a little lava lamp.
Okay. Interesting. How much does that cost?
Oh, that one. That one's probably only about 150.
Okay, that might be a good gift for Rizal.
Who's that?
Oh, my
Is this a
my
girlfriend?
sister. No, unfortunately, just my sister.
Rizal?
No, Zelfina.
Oh.
Her name is. She goes by Nina as well.
You have a sister.
We've met.
That's
I
so
have,
wonderful. You found family, boy.
For now, we'll see how things go. But
all weird.
you know, she is very, very cautious about the water. So I figure a potion of water breathing may make her feel better.
All right.
And it has been some time since I've seen her, so I believe I owe her a gift for the many birthdays missed.
Okay.
But okay, let's put those two magic items to the side.
Okay.
What do you have in terms of daggers, books, those sort of things?
I mean, I have quite a few daggers. Well, really skim, actually, on weapons and such. But no magical daggers of such. We're still waiting on that shipment to come up.
Okay. Do you have any books on poisoning? Or at least on basic herbology, so I can learn about different poisonous herbs. I say to the man at the desk.
He goes and looks through his inventory. Yes, okay. Philip! And you would hear just a call off in the back. A12, please. All right, on it. And a moment later, a early tweens boy comes kind of sauntering up and holds up the book questioningly. Valivo kind of looks at it. Yes, that's it, right here. And he would hand a book over, and it would just kind of a brownish cover on it. You see, as he opens it up for you, you see what looks like someone has spent a lot of time doing imprints of plants, drawings, and yeah, this would be a book of herbology, something that you could possibly read and spend time on, and possibly help bring up your nature.
Okay. How much is this book, Valivo?
This book. I mean, herbology books are quite common, so I would say you're looking at maybe 50 gold pieces at best.
50 gold pieces?
Yes.
Okay.
It is a culmination. As much as I say it's common, it takes a lot of time for someone to imprint these things, redraw all the drawings. It's a lot of time.
No, of course, old friend. Of course. I'm not doubting that. Okay.
Of course,
there are
want to buy quite a few things. Package deal for you.
Ah, well, tell me more.
Well, and he kind of slides the new pamphlets forward. Perhaps a new deal could be struck.
That was not even up for debate. And I snap my fingers, and up comes Zoidberg.
Oh my goodness! He kind of adjusts his glasses.
Given the size of your pamphlets, this is how I'm going to have to do things. Zoidberg, mouth open.
Yeah, the little clacking of the mouth opens wide, dark void. You just stuff them in there?
And I pick up the pamphlets and I put them in there. And I will make sure that these see where they are most needed.
Wonderful.
But you mentioned the deal. I'm not going to say no to that.
What would you like to take with you then?
I'm sorry?
What would you like to take? To purchase?
Oof.
Then I
I'd
can
like the
give you a
helmet,
package
first and
deal.
foremost. I'd like the helmet, the potion, and the book.
All right. So helm was, I already forgot. What did I say? 350, 300?
You said 300 for the helm, 150 for the water breathing, and 50 for the book. Yeah.
So it'd be 500 gold pieces total, without a deal.
450.
450?
Because you're my favorite. And we're business
excuse me?
partners.
How much is it?
450.
450. Okay, sorry. For whatever reason, I'm not hearing things as well. I'm trying to figure out what's on my end.
Well, it might be me. Can everyone else hear me okay?
You were a little quieter.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when you turn to look at your other screen, it gets a little bit, but
Yeah, let
I'll
me
turn my
turn
master
this
volume up and then turn all you down except for DM.
I turned my gain down because I was getting a lot of echoing, but let me turn that up a little.
Okay. So
Here we go.
Valuabo,
Yes.
I'm going to be upfront with you.
All right.
I want these things, but unfortunately, I only have 153 gold. Now that said, I do have a few things that I can potentially barter with. Trade.
Oh, wonderful. What do you have?
I have
I
at
expect you
least-
to have quite a few things, having been on the road.
You have no idea. So first off, I have a chrysoprase crystal and a piece of onyx. I believe they're both worth 40 and 170 gold.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, 40 and 70 gold. So we can knock those off the price total.
Okay.
That's 110. So that should bring us down to 340, if I'm not mistaken. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I will delete those right now because I'm going to use those right now to buy this stuff. Additionally, what else do I have? I have quite a few things, like you said.
Zoidberg's just like, bleh, bleh, like just puking all your shit all over the place.
Now, mind you, I do give you this item with a word of caution, but it may be worth something to you, or to someone else who may want to buy it. I have a key, so it spits it up. Now, I warn you, this key does pull a compulsion in people, but it allows the person to see other people's thoughts, but they feel a compulsion to look into thoughts.
He literally, the second it hit the counter, he had picked it up and started looking at it, and when you say compulsion, like his fingers just open and drops it right back to the counter. He's just like, so
I would say put on gloves and handle it with care, but it may be something worth sharing. Selling.
just down, pulls out some oven mitts, which are normally large on him, like come to his elbows, and he's just like trying to pick it up for a bit. Finally gets it.
Are they top holders?
Magic, yes. All right. And what does it do?
Well, it allows you to see into people's thoughts, through their memories.
Interesting. Well, that
For a magic item like that, what would you say I could get? It's quite rare, I will say. Of our journeys, it is the only one I found of its kind.
Are there any drawbacks to it?
Aside from the compulsion and the desire to look into other people's minds, none.
I'll pretend
But
I
can we
didn't
really
hear
call
any of
that-
that. So, I would say, for a rare item like this, the ability to look into people's minds. This sounds like an item someone in Waterdeep would be very keen on.
I did get you all that business in Waterdeep.
You absolutely did, my boy. I'm thinking, since it is a rare item, 2,000 gold pieces.
2,000 gold pieces. Phenomenal. Okay, so I'll give you the crystals. It's 340. So you keep the price for all the items. 2,000 minus 340. So what you'll give me is 1,660 gold pieces, and we'll call it a deal. And I will continue doing advertisement for your shop.
He is making scribbles on a pad, and you see him pause for a moment. The quill slaps down on it, and his eyes look up at you. Liam, we have a deal. He pulls out his little
Fantastic.
lockbox, starts counting out gold pieces one by one, putting them into Zoidberg's mouth. And eventually, you have made this exchange. You can add those items to your
Ooh,
inventory.
I am. That is a lot of gold.
An hour later, after
Yeah.
he's counted out 1,600 gold.
Fantastic.
Two, three.
Nice
Um,
job.
You have no idea how long I've been wanting to get rid of that thing. Okay, to equipment, I'll put on the helmet. I'm going to keep that on.
And
Yeah.
you,
leaving.
as well, Nathan, you can also, if you have anything you would like to do here, or sell, or anything like that.
Restock rations. That's about it. You just tell me how much it costs to restock full pockets for the rations.
All right.
Book of Herbology.
Some pocket bacon.
So I'm definitely going to be spending my nights reading that herbology book. The other thing I just want to ask Valivo, and I'm sorry, it'll be my last thing I do, is Valivo. Across our journeys, we did manage to slay an Umber Hulk, and I can say that I have 65 pounds of amber plate. Umber plate. Umber plate. Do you know of anyone who might be able to make use of that? Who may be interested in it?
Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. He's thinking. Nope. Nope. Where is it? I would say your best bets are either the blacksmith, Eldris Tantor, or you're better off dropping by Fang's Ironhead Arms. He deals with a lot of. Oh wait, you said it's not actually armor yet. It's just pieces of it.
No, it's raw material. 65 pounds of it.
Probably the blacksmith then. Eldris Tantor.
Okay, but Fang would have potential items.
Oh, he's always carrying items.
I could use better armor than just my studded leather. Perhaps greaves and gauntlets. Okay, that'll be a later thing. I'm going to give everyone else a chance. And this is great because I was this close to debating whether I had to sell the Echo Stone to make this. But I'm going to leave it to Nathan, and I'm going to leave the shop to try to find Nina.
Okay.
Oh, I got nothing going on. Like I said, just enough for rations. I'm good.
How many rations do you want? They are
Probably like 2 weeks worth.
2 weeks just for you?
Yep.
Okay. So
Just fill in my pockets.
14 times 5. I can do math. Times 5. No, that's times 4. 70. 70 silver
70.
pieces.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Yep,
7
just pop
gold.
7 gold down. All good.
Okay.
I will have done the same just because we had said we gave a lot of the rations to the refugees
Yep.
on the victims on our way, so I will have stocked up as well.
All right.
And that's it. That's all I'm pretty sure Nathan would get. Very minimalistic.
I actually forgot last session that I actually have a couple fate gems to sell. We don't have to play it out or anything.
Okay.
But, I had a Chrysophase crystal and an onyx, both worth 50 that I would have.
Great. Yeah, you can just take those out, add the price to it. You're absolutely getting fair market for it.
Okay. Would he have bought weaponry as well, or only at the black? Like, if it's already made, would he have bought like a?
I mean, he has some basic, like very basic pieces, almost more like I would say ornamental. However, if you're looking for actual usage ones, you're probably going to be better off going to Fang Ironheads, or Ironhead Arms. Unless you're wanting something custom made, then you would want to go to the smithy, which is Tantor.
Well, I'm actually going to sell some that I've collected.
Oh, probably Fang
So
then. Probably
okay.
Ironhead Arms.
All right. So I'll just sell the 2 gems for the 100. Does he sell diamonds worth 300 gold?
Who, Valivo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget. I don't know if Liam's willing to
Dole out.
help Rowan buy a diamond worth 300 gold or not.
We'll have to wait until he gets back to the inn and whether or not he tells us he made such a good sale.
Exactly. So I won't do anything right now. Because originally I would have asked Nina, because I know you specifically said during the selling, like, I'm saving this for Gallagher, but if we need to use it,
Yeah.
we can.
Yeah, so if you want to bring it up, like, when we're all back together or something and express interest, we can play it up from there.
That's fine. I can do that.
All right. What else? Liam, was there anywhere else you wanted to stop? You wanted to stop at,
Yeah, I mean, I guess I go to the smithy.
Okay.
If I don't want to monopolize. And
No,
people
not
wanna,
at
like,
all.
use that.
We're gonna get through
Yeah, if Nathan
all
doesn't have
your-
anything else, Rowan and I did most of our stuff last session, so I'm happy to let you run around and do your thing for a bit, because we had a whole session to do ours, so...
I was gonna say Fang is the blacksmith or the whoever has weapons.
Fang is the weapon seller. And then
I would have to make a
arms.
stop there and just buy a new knife.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, we gotta go there then, because I got stuff to sell, so. And we did not go to the Fame last session, so.
By the way, Fang, he is one of the characters on here in case you're looking for some of the under NPCs. Here, I'll just show it. He is a half orc, so he's
Smash.
when you
That literally looks
Pretty
like
much.
the dude that's on the cover of every romance novel.
Yeah, every monster romance novel.
He's even got the sun look over the shoulder.
Well, he's okay. Well, he's a lover too. As a conversation between him and Liam from long ago, you would remember. But, anyways, so yeah, you can make that exchange. Again, this is someone that is you guys are familiar with. Fang from the get-go. Since the first day you met him, he very much was, I sell what it is. I don't try and overprice or anything. He sells it for the value of what the item is. So you're going whatever it says in there. Like if you're wanting to buy a dagger, just baseline price for it.
What about selling?
Yeah.
Does he
Same
sign
thing.
it? Okay.
Does he make custom orders?
No, because he doesn't actually make the items. They come from people who sell them to him, from passing caravans, from like Waterdeep. He can possibly try and seek out things, keep an eye out, or put in some word to surrounding areas like Waterdeep and such, if you're looking for something particular.
Out of curiosity, Waterdeep in general, it's a bigger city. Will we find better items there, like more, or at least a more varied selection of items?
You will find all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Then my vote is we go to Waterdeep. I'm going to keep my Umber plate because I want to make custom orders of things. So I'm going to find my sister.
Okay.
Nina is sitting at the tavern eating the cheese off of Nathan's plate.
Swinging Sword Inn or the other place?
Probably the inn, I think that's
Okay.
where we've been.
Yeah. Swinging Sword Inn.
That.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to walk in, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the bottle of the potion at Nina. Not throw it. I'm going to lob it. I'm going to gently underhand lob.
Okay. I hear lob, but I heard it was even worse. I'm gonna make a dexterity check just to see if I can.
Great.
catch
Thank you.
this. That's just a flat 10.
Okay. You know what?
You hear the sound of shattering.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. This is a gift.
Hold on, I did that with my digital dice. Let me roll my physical one.
Okay.
This is a gift, guys.
That's better. That's a 19 on the
Okay.
die.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. One glass of wine in one hand, you usually just grasp it out of the air.
Thank God.
Thanks. What's this?
It's for all the birthdays I've missed. It's a potion of water breathing. I know you're free. I know you don't do well with water.
Wait, so why would I need a potion of water breathing if I don't go in water?
Because God forbid something happens, you go in water, and we are facing a water cult. You have something. Don't question it. Just say thank you.
Thank you. That was very thoughtful.
Also, hey guys, is everything okay?
I think the dog knocked something over. Possibly just unplugged her network.
We just ended with like a freeze frame of her face in shock.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh boy.
All
Of
right.
course, Nathan.
You
Yeah.
missed it.
So, I mean, the rest of you are probably all there as well. If any of you
Yeah,
have
someone's
anything.
gonna be like, by the way, guys, check out my snazzy new hat.
Whoa. What's it say?
It lets me understand every language.
Oh.
Oh, now you know when everybody's going to be insulting you.
DM.
Not just that.
You're really this big. This big.
What is this big?
I thought you meant your actual fucking beanie.
Oh no.
I didn't realize you were still in character.
Because I knew where you were. I was like, oh my gosh,
Oh
she already
my
forgot.
God.
Is it the Helm of Comprehend Languages? Is that what it was?
Yep, the Helm of Comprehend Languages.
Or at the Sweeney Sword Inn when you would come walk in and say this?
Yes.
It's
So
interesting.
as
The item looks interesting. Like, imagine this. Oh, Cat just unplugged her router. That's what my helmet looks like now.
as we're sitting there and me and Nina are eating all the cheese, I'll just think about what we've been going through and the danger we've been in and the people we've lost recently. And as I'm eating a slice of cheese, I just kind of mutter out loud, but not directed at anyone, at least not at first, where I'm like, really need to start investing in these diamonds. And I do have this capability to save us. So just kind of like say it out loud, but not directed at anyone. Just almost thinking out loud.
Is this do I have to say something? Do I say something now?
That's up to you. That's
I mean, I'm just gonna be like,
you.
you know what? Yeah, I agree. That would be a great thing for you to invest in. I think you really should. How
Nina
much do they usually
kicks
cost,
your
though?
chair leg, Liam.
How much do they usually cost, though, Rowan?
Well, my understanding. I was saying that out loud. My understanding is it takes a set of diamonds worth 300 gold to bring someone back.
Seven diamonds worth 300 gold.
No,
Let me
it's any set of I don't think it could be one. It could be a grouping of them, but it just has to be worth 300. Is I think after what happened with Kendra and Flick, I remember being told about that. Unfortunately haven't quite learned that spell yet, but I probably should.
You all remember, well, everyone but Nathan has seen this. You recall seeing this spell being done before on 3 using Corbet's treasured diamond that was worth far more than the spell called for.
I also think in character, Chara has mentioned that she has Revivify or the ability to cast it. So we don't have the diamonds for it, but we at least do have the spell potential.
I mean,
And that's basically that while you were away for a bit, as we're sitting there eating the cheese, I had like nonchalantly under my breath was like, I really should invest in those diamonds because I'm just thinking about everything we've been dealing with. And as far as it got to was Liam was like, you really should do that. And that's
I mean, one more reason to go to Waterdeep. I think our chances of finding diamonds there, especially ones that are like not jewelry quality but spell work quality, we can usually get a deal on sometimes.
I mean, it's not gonna hurt.
I think we could make some money off the. We could potentially make some money off the, what do you call it, the stuff we've been able to find as well. We could use that to get the diamonds.
Sure. I mean, I sold all of the stuff I'd found yesterday. That's how I got the 500 to pay Gulliver back. But I'm willing to chip in. I'm sure we'll find more stuff along the way. And
Well, what I'm saying, dear sister, is I still have that umber plate. We could sell that, or use it for custom orders for ourselves. What I'm saying is we have, like, I have some things that I can sell for us.
where's this generous Liam coming from? First a birthday gift, and it's not even my birthday. And now you're offering to sell the things that you normally keep to yourself? Who are you and what have you done with my brother?
What can I say? I was visited by 3 ghosts last night.
God, I hope not. I don't want to deal with the haunting either.
Were you really? As I'm eating a piece of cheese.
Yeah.
Just take it.
Is that why you finally got rid of that key?
Were you there when I got rid of the key? Were you there?
I mean, we were all there, right? Technically, or are we saying that you went separately?
I was letting Liam say that he went separately, so I think, yeah.
I have no answers. Look. We're gonna have to be. We're together for a while. I'd rather we don't screw things up.
Speaking of that, I need a new knife, and I stand up, lost mine in a worm, and start heading out towards a weaponsmith.
I guess before we switch over to that, I'm just gonna say that Liam is going to push for a discussion about us going to Waterdeep. That's all.
Cool. And I think that's actually, if DMO will allow it, like a good loop back into where we like ended last session. So once Nathan's done with them, we were planning on going to Waterdeep anyway. So if Liam's on board with that, there's no convincing that needs to happen for the ladies.
Yeah, and honestly, knife-wise, whatever the most reliable knife they have, and just tell me the cost. It's fine.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be a big thing.
No, it needs to be magical.
No.
Does not hurt.
I want to see Nathan haggle. I don't know what you're talking about.
Rowan doesn't know how to haggle.
Nina's just the intimidating type. Like, lower your prices or I'm going to burn you to pieces.
Rowan's the gullible one. I was like, what's the price? Okay.
That sounds fair.
What's the concept of money? I don't know. I've been poor.
No,
Liam
this is my
is-
wrong character for haggling, so there is no haggling.
Yeah, you're just looking for like
Liam-
a generic dagger.
Liam is a former
Pretty
thief,
much.
or Liam is a thief whose cover was a merchant.
Yeah, Fang would offer you a very nice dagger with a little bit of jade inset that kind of goes up and around the base of it, and it costs 2 gold pieces.
Done and done.
Although I do have a few questions about Valivo now, since he was more than okay with saying, "I didn't hear that," just buying the item.
Look,
Like,
he's a man that has to sell.
is Valivo the bad guy?
I'm really curious, like just out of character about that key now too. I'm wondering if you could remove curse on it to just remove the compulsion to use it, and that would still allow you to use it without the compulsion. That would have been an interesting.
Never asked him to try.
No, in character, Nina hates that key
Yeah, I was
deeply,
gonna say,
with a passion. She would never have suggested such a thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like me as a player, I was like, huh.
I think Liam also knowing that, knowing what we know now and the relationship that, he has with Nina, he would have wanted to just get rid of that key. And selling it for any sort of money to get something useful, including a potion to make it up to his sister, would have been the go-to plan.
Oh, trust me, if she ever finds out, she's going to be very endeared to him. But right now, she has no idea.
Nope, and we're gonna keep it that way.
Which I gotta ask, Liam, is that actually what the helmet looks like that you're wearing currently?
Yes, apparently.
Hey, just making sure before I play this one out.
All right. So
I'll see the breathing of the orc on Helm's Deep, just like blowing out the cold.
By the way, guys,
One
from
thing
now
we-
on, if I
You
ever
gotta have a disadvantage on perception with that thing on too. Like
If I
your
ever-
line of sight has got to be so narrow.
if I ever cast comprehend languages, Liam's physical motion is going to be putting his fingers to his lips, like shh, so you can hear. He's gonna listen.
all right.
Liam's all
So
about the nonverbals for spellcasting.
anything else you guys want to purchase? Any messages you want sent? That was another thing that the girls did, was they visited Antino.
I got nothing. I'm just gonna step away because I
No.
realized
Okay.
my laundry's done. So
All right.
I just gotta add a knife.
Are you gonna send any messages, Nathan?
No, I got nobody to talk to.
Oh. Just a reminder. I know I asked this last session, and I don't recall what it was. For the black gem that's in my inventory, is that the one that's embedded in me, or the loose one? Okay.
Yeah.
So, am I technically attuned to it because it's been embedded, or do I gotta focus on it to do the attunement, or do I not know that?
No, it's attuned to you.
Okay.
You and the crystal are one.
Shit. Okay.
You are the crystal.
Yes.
and the crystal is you.
Which, a
I say
reminder,
without being actually.
whenever you roll a natural 1, let DM know.
Oh dear.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure I attune this in because it has an
Mhm,
effect. So
mhm.
okay. Everything is fine.
So yeah, I think the big question comes down to we have the potential meeting with Renwick, which we can do whenever, and I think it is sort of on the way down the road towards Waterdeep. Is that it's a little bit off the road, but we could at least go see what he wants just in case he needs anything while we're in Waterdeep.
Renwick is. Wait.
By the way, Liza, that is my preferred type of pen.
Mine too. It's my favorite. I
Yeah,
actually
sure.
just bought a brand new set of them.
I've got 2 boxes here, and I always keep them for me, like when I'm doing notes and seeing patients. Like
Yep.
it's just the pen I use.
Yep.
I
Yep,
immediately
they're
was
the
able to see it. I was like, yeah, that's my pen. That's my
Pilot
pen.
G2s, superior pets for sure.
Worth the money.
Are you sure you don't want to send a message to Pell?
I thought about it. I'm gonna trust that Pell is okay.
I did when I sent it to Gulliver. Said tell Pell we said hi, so we at least know that she's doing all right back with Gulliver. But I was trying to like cover our bases for Liam just in case we didn't retcon anything last time.
Liam is going to trust that she's okay, and eventually we'll come back to her. Eventually.
Ooh. This is gonna. Where did Flick's mom go?
Oh, that's in the note too. Hold on, I think.
Was it in the note?
Let me see. I gotta zoom in on this. Rain through Boughs and I were able to escort the dragon turtle egg along the river with little interference from the cultists. I had the greatest honor of witnessing the dragon turtle emergence from its shell and glimpse the world for the first time. It was incredible. In the manner of my kin, Rain is named it Dawnfire.
Okay, yeah, it was the very first.
Yeah.
First paragraph, yeah. But we don't necessarily know.
I guess we don't know for sure, but it does say thus, like, I sped my steps toward Waterdeep, thus Rain and I parted ways.
So after I attempt to send a Flick and get nothing, should I try Rain or we let it go?
Up to you.
Yeah.
It's what
it's worth it. We got Antino here. Mine is 2 silver to try, right? But
right.
It's what Rowan would want. It's whatever Rowan would want to do. So you're the only one who would really know that.
After the Flick thing, her body language and stuff, like, and she would have told you that, like, his dad. She would not be in the right headspace to probably send to Rain, but I just wanted to bring it up in case or anyone else wanted to.
Yeah, because you guys gather it. Yes, per the note, they had parted ways as Flick went to Waterdeep, and you would surmise Rain probably doesn't know.
Okay. And yeah, I don't think Rowan would want to break that news to her in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Nina's kind of the same mindset. That's not her place to. She wasn't especially close with Flick, and their time with Rain was so brief that she's just like, it seems like they already had kind of a distant relationship. Maybe it's better if Rain just assumes Flick is off living their life.
Cool.
So, Renwick, did we figure out, are they on the way? Is he out of the way, on our way to Waterdeep? We still have the horses.
You guys told him to meet you in Waterdeep?
No. He sent us a thing back. Where did I have this somewhere?
Yeah, I thought it was more in the Duscern Valley area.
Yeah, and maybe that's what it was. It described a path of where to meet him, essentially.
Yeah.
And so that's actually further east, not along the road, is what we're saying.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not on the way. So I think that's what Nina's asking then is, do we want to go see what the Lich wants first, just in case if he does need anything from south, we can get it on the way? Or do we want to just head straight for Waterdeep? The plan was to keep an eye out for cultists, to see if there's any other displays of what this Punisher person is doing with people, crucified on the side of the road, that sort of thing. So we're kind of just scouting along the way anyway, but I'm putting it out there to the group.
I have no strong preference. I was just going to say, I think it would really behoove us to go to Waterdeep to get a little more information, because we can only get so much information from these back villages.
Sure.
I feel like we've been a little hampered with like what we can find from like these small places.
Sure. And Flick's warning was well intentioned, but there are other things that Waterdeep could bring us knowledge about. Chara has a lot of questions. She wants to look into some things. Oh, that was actually something else we didn't mention. Her satyr visit told us that she'll be getting a visit soon enough. So expect her to show up soon is what Chara got from her sendings. So
Mm.
we'll keep an eye out for that, but I think that's the goal.
And out of character, I've been wanting to maybe explore more of Liam's like
History. Yeah.
thief history. I feel like Waterdeep, I can find a little more thief people,
Yeah, that'd be fun.
especially since one of his main quests of finding his sister has been resolved. Still 3 other siblings, but
Right.
maybe for some history.
Right. So to do Renwick, it would be like 2 days back the way we just came from the villagers, and then what did we say? It was like a week to get to Waterdeep, right?
Yeah.
So it could be 9 days from there, or would it just be a different 2 days south from?
Yeah, if you're just traveling normal pace, like caravan pace, it's a week.
Okay. Nina's vote would be to go speak with the Lich first, because she has a feeling if he doesn't leave the monastery, whatever he's going to need is going to be on the, like, out further around that he needs somebody else to go do. And if it happens to be south, better not to have to retrace our steps. So we also extended the invitation to him first, so better not to keep a man of his persuasion waiting, perhaps.
Man.
We piqued his curiosity, but
My vote is I go where my older sister goes. So I don't really have a vote. I'm just copping out.
Nina will gladly voluntold you all into going to see Renwick.
That is our company name.
I think
Nathan
Rowan
agrees that
would-
Renwick's a good idea, for sure. I sent you a DM, by the way, Megan.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, Rowan's reached a point where she's kind of made some decisions early on that have made her question any sort of leadership that she has. So right now, it's like agrees with what Nina says and is not going to press for anything else.
Nina just bullies her way into being the leader of this group. No big deal.
Pretty much. Enjoy.
Me, as someone who does not like making decisions for a group without like having a vote and everyone agreeing upon it.
I love it.
Okay. Then yeah, I think we would travel to see Renwick and then head to Waterdeep from there.
I actually was thinking about that because I was like, she has to make a decision.
Rowan really did start off as like the leader of this, and then Nina's just like,
Pull yourself together.
High charisma character. I just dumped it into intimidation and deception is all.
What is my charisma score?
I'm not
I don't
correct.
really think about it.
Mine's a 20, so
Charisma. Mine is a 14. Forgot that I have a thing here called vibe check. On our travels, I'd like to spend a little portion every night reading the book on herbology.
Okay. So, you guys are headed to meet Renwick? Is that right?
correct.
Okay.
First up.
All right. So that'll be 2 days of travel. First off, you guys spend the night in Red Larch, getting ready to leave the next morning. The next morning, you...
Hold on, yeah. I want to spend an hour every night reading the book. So
Okay.
an hour at Red Larch.
Yep. So you can mark 1 hour off for that first night.
How many hours am I going to need for that?
You don't know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you guys wake up the next morning. There is briskness to the air. And it's early. You guys are getting up as the sun is rising, and you can tell as you kind of all consecutively come downstairs, there is an energy to the air. There's already, Kaylessa is down there. You see her with all staff. And she is handing out, she is directing people, giving direction and everything like that. And as she sees you guys coming down, you see her kind of nod to the group of people and then kind of scurry them off. And they start to go do their duties as she turns towards a lot of you and just smiles. And then she notices your packed bags and everything on your backs and such. Are all of you leaving? So soon?
Well, this feels awkward.
Yeah, we have some business further south to attend to. I know it's the festival today.
I mean, High Harvesttide. If there's anyone I would love to have spend it with us, obviously it would be you lot, but that being said, you're special to Red Larch because of what you do. So we're not going to stop you from doing that. But I need all of you to understand. You carry the heart of us with you. And she turns and looks behind her. Hey! Merrigan! Let's bring out the best of what we got. And you would see a humanoid female in the back give a nod, head towards the back, and a moment later, quite a few parcels are brought out. And you guys gathered rations and such. You can... These little... Well, I say little. They're bags of rations that they give you. And these are special rations that you can... They give you 5 each. And you can consider them 1 each can last you 2 days. They are delicious and wonderful.
Bread.
Yeah. And so basically you can consider 10 rations essentially, with half the weight. And Kaylessa would be sure to, as she kind of physically turns each of you around and like helps stuff them in your bags and such. And all right. All of you are my darlings. All of you will come back here at some point. And when you do, you know you have a place here. The Swinging Sword Inn, right? She kind of eyes each and every one of you.
Yeah.
Just come back
Thank
to
you
us
for the
safely.
hospitality.
And High Harvesttide to all of you. Be well. And
You as well.
it's a bit of an awkward moment as the entire staff kind of comes out and kind of lines up behind the bar. And you see each of them kind of make a gesture towards you, like thank you, you know, and they all kind of wave and everything towards the group of you. As you start heading towards the entrance or exit, a couple of them would just kind of run a hand along your arm and just, you saved my boy, or things like that. Like you hear kind of these small little gestures of appreciation as you all make your way towards the exit. And you step outside, crisp morning. You see quite a few people out and about. seemingly looking like a lot of red Larchians that are getting ready for the festivities. And of course, being who you are, the majority of them would give you a nod, a hello, and you will all make your way towards the Eastern Road and start your way up the Cairn Road back towards the Sumber Hills.
After we get a safe distance away from the town and like the last person who's like saying thank you, she kind of turns and goes, doesn't it feel weird? Because I kind of feel like their whole town was destroyed because we were in it.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Anybody else want this bread? Because I didn't deserve it.
Oh,
No.
okay.
Liam is just, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but we did a lot of work there. It's not our fault.
So you gonna take it from him?
I'm not going to take it from him, but
I mean, they did give
Hold
it
on to it.
us.
At least it's good bread.
I mean, it's a nice gesture and all, but I didn't earn it. You
No,
guys
but
did.
sometimes people give you things, and it's not necessarily for you, it's for them to make them feel better. Just
She has a
accept the
point.
bread. It's fine.
But I did already. That was the
Okay,
point.
Nathan. Chara just
I
kind
could
of
have rudely declined it then.
flips her hair and moves forward. All right.
Fine, whatever.
You guys, let's see here. Should probably put you back on.
We follow the yellow brick road.
Huh?
So we follow the yellow brick road.
Yep. You make your way through, starting off on the Cairn Road, which heads east and then eventually breaks south. You cut off at one point and just head directly east along the valleys, hillside, and canyon side. Knowing the path, you cut your way back through the canyons. This is going to be a good 2.5-day process. And yeah, you guys actually, hold on. Yeah, you guys make your way across. At one point, you kind of hear some noises back and forth as you pass along through the valleys and along the canyon side. You hear what sounds like music and such at one point. And you recall caravans that come through the area. And it sounds comforting and homely, and people gathering together to celebrate High Harvesttide in their own way, outside of the big cities. And you continue on building your own little campsite area. And anyone want to have any RP or anything for the evening of High Harvesttide?
just another hour of reading my book.
Okay.
At some point during the journey,
Yeah.
Rowan would ask what the name of everyone's horse is, since I was the only one that shared at one point.
That's right, I forgot you guys have horses.
We have horses?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I bought or quote unquote borrowed money from Gulliver to get us to south faster. So
I definitely forgot that.
I also forgot. I thought I named it and I don't remember what it was. So we're just gonna go with Sugar. Nina's the spice. She's right, sugar and spice.
Oh, that's so
Copernicus.
perfect. Copernicus, sugar. Wonderful.
Nathan.
Artax.
Oh
No.
so many horrible memories.
Let's avoid the pits, the swamp of despair.
Oh, awful person. All right, Rowan,
It was Hero.
hero.
Yeah. Trevor Heronius.
We'll have to wait for Chara. Oh, you named after your god. That's so sweet.
Uh-huh.
What a cleric.
All right. Anything else you guys wish to do on this momentous day of the year? As you sit around
I'm
the
kind of sad
campfire.
that Chara's not here because I
know.
feel like Harvest Tide would have been a great day for some Yala shenanigans.
Mhm.
But I don't have anything as Nina, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nathan's not a holidays guy, so
Yeah.
just another day of the year.
All right.
I guess. No, I think Nina's not ready to go be joyful with other people. I was gonna say she might go check out one of those other caravans, but I don't think she would. She likes our little group and likes being alone with them, so.
The feeling's mutual.
Liam, roll me a d20.
I'm sorry, what now?
A d20?
No, that was. I heard you. It was more like, why is Liam doing something?
For your learning a skill.
15.
Okay. And then go ahead and roll me another one for the previous hour. I should have had you done that beforehand.
4.
Okay.
I got something.
Yeah, go for it.
Since it is this day,
Yeah.
when we stop for the evening and start our own little campsite, I will try and do a little, what do I want to say, a ritual theme for was known for cooking and feeding us, and kind of that reminds me of harvest and making sure everyone had energy. So if anyone should be celebrated on a day like this, it's also a way to officially mourn the loss of Flick. So I would, as the fire's being made, I would take the iron pot that I have that's completely beat up but can still work, and start attempting to make some sort of stew or something. And
You call in more ducks and we roast.
I was thinking about doing that. It's a new day. I could do that. I'll do that.
All right.
Well,
You don't have to
the
roll
crown.
for it.
Okay. And have some ducks come and look over at Nina. Just shake my head of, if you don't mind. And basically say, I think I want to do something for Flick. Just kind of like a last meal to remember an old friend.
That's fair, but it has to be upbeat. We're not going to get all mopey. We celebrate her life.
Yes, Mom. I am. That's why I want to do this, because if I did it, then I would be mopey. This seems the perfect day to do it. Does it not?
No. I'm sure Chara would be playing some music for us too.
Absolutely. Accompaniment of some light chords in the background. Now and then you would hear some humming and such with it, and
You want me to do any sort of roll to see if it's any good?
It's a cool night. As you are cooking and such. Yeah, go ahead and... Oh, man, what do we want to do with this?
Would it be like a performance or survival, maybe? Performance? Whatever you want. But I figured that would add to it of... Rowan is not a cook.
What
Not
are
like
you
Flick,
using?
so...
Are you using your rations?
I'm gonna do the ducks, and
ducks,
I'll
that's
use
right.
but with the ducks, I'll throw into the pot one of the special rations.
Okay. So then I would let you use anywhere between survival, medicine, performance. You could even do religion if you really felt like you could. Like, work it in some way. Like, however you want to do it, as long as you explain it, I'm good with it.
I would like to offer the help action by foraging for some little herbs or something, like just some wild oregano or something like that to add a little flavor, add some spice, as it were.
Ah.
Oh boy.
Anyone else want to add anything?
Ethan will probably pull out his little bag of spices and put that down as well.
Liam just kind of watches silently.
Okay.
I'll use survival, basically kind of seeing Nina dart off to get herbs and stuff, and Nathan walk over with spices. Or I'll think about, like, well, yeah, I've had to be careful about picking the wrong mushrooms while on the road, and gotta make sure that the duck is cooked all the way, because uncooked meat would be bad. So just focused on making sure it's not going to end up poisoning anyone.
And with Chara's background, strumming and musical chords, you feel a very comforting presence, and you can add a bardic inspiration 1d8 to it.
Okay.
As well as with advantage with Nina helping you.
Well, let's see. That would be a 33.
Oh. Alright. Yeah. This is like Gordon Ramsay style duck. With... Man, all my reality TV is failing me. The best sauces, like, you have somehow managed to scrounge together the most fulfilling meal with the rations given to you by Kaylessa and her staff. The ducks, the accompaniment of music, the herbs, the spices. This is warm, it is spicy, it is fulfilling, and with the music in the background and the world around you and above you, the sky opened and expansive, just galaxy of stars. You all partake in this meal together, and it is just wonderful and fulfilling as you all remember the friends that have passed on in and out of your lives.
I'll take my little bowl and basically lift it up and just say, "This one is for you, Flick."
Alright. Everyone roll constitution checks. Just kidding. Just kidding. The meal was perfect. It was absolutely spot on, the best thing you've ever had. not never had, but it was the best thing you've had while camping. Like, you've never had a meal quite like this. And as you all...
So well that you get 10 hit points, right?
Sure, you get 10 temporary
Let's
hit
not push
points.
it.
I mean, with the 32, how can I deny you?
That's so funny. In the first campaign Karen and I ever played together, her halfling character made a meal that was like she nat 20'd hers on, and then just became a thing that like she could, if she could continue to nat 20 when she made that stew or something like that, we got 10 hit points for it.
Yeah.
True. Wow,
Yeah.
2 of my characters now.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Channeling your inner
100%.
Lavinia.
Like, with the 32 and what you guys were rolling for, the fact that it's high harvest tide, yeah. Take 10 temporary hit points. 100%.
I love that. That's such a good little harvest tide thing.
Yeah. And you guys bed down for the night. Cool night. Yeah. And you all wake up the next morning.
Is that a long rest?
Long rest. This is the end of the second day. Or first day. And you guys pack up your gear. Anything you want to do before you go on the next day and a half travel? Nope. You guys pack up your gear. Pack up the horses. Head off east along the canyon side. Start making your way up where you know you have to avoid River Guard, and instead make your way north towards the what looks like to be the path towards Sacred Stone Monastery. However, you remember specific directions, veering off where one very scraggly tree you would know to look for, and you see it kind of bending in and out of this canyon wall. And as you see it, you recognize the description of it, and you see this little bird kind of perched in it, like a little swallow, just kind of on one of the little branches looking at you, and makes little chirping noises as your group veers off down this very narrow path up into the canyon area. And you continue on this path. It winds quite a ways through. Are you guys being quiet, or?
Yeah, I feel like once we get into the canyon area where we know the cultists are very active, moving stealthily over like normal speed's probably the best idea.
Yeah, go ahead. Everyone make stealth checks for me.
$18.
17.
25. I'm a sneaky one. I pulled the sneaky on you.
What'd you get, Nathan? Oh, I
You're
think
muted.
Oh, sorry, yeah. 24.
24, okay. And Char got a 20. Yeah. All of you are able to kind of hold the reins in a certain way and calm the horses to where you keep things quiet. All of you communicate with looks and such back and forth, gestures. And there's just... You all have been traveling together long enough now. You just are comfortable with each other's movements, the very small, subtle body movements. I can't think of the words I'm thinking of. But anyways, you make your way down this path, and you notice whenever you do make a sound, whether it's your horse hitting a rock the wrong way with its hoof, it echoes quite a bit along here. However, it happens so infrequently with how carefully you guide your pack animals, that you guys make it through here without any issue. And you come to an opening where the canyon seems to come under this little archway, and as you come through it, it's just this, it's small, not nearly what you came through. It's an opening, but it's still a small opening where light is coming through, and it seems to just end here, as if water for ages had traveled through this little offset and built up and come back through and just broken down this area, but then carried on down underneath the ground. And so this path that you've gone on for the last hour and a half just ends in this sort of oblong opening in the canyon side. And there you see a familiar person sitting on a rock, legs crossed, hands just kind of folded over their knees, seemingly just staring at the ground before them, as you see the familiar form of Renwick.
Nina would dismount and walk over, just kind of watching him for a second, and then, how long's it been since you've seen the sunshine?
And like there's light coming down, but not direct light. But he kind of draws in a deep breath just through his very skinless nose.
Right.
I thought it would be warmer. Long time.
Well, thank you for being willing to meet with us outside of the temple. I know that we stumbled into your home before, but we had to make a rather swift exit and thought it might be more beneficial to speak outside if you were willing.
And here I am. Outside.
So,
Everything I've known for quite a while. Because all of you intrigue me. How do I intrigue you?
well, you've been sharing space with that cult for months, years? I imagine years, given how intensely they're set up. And we figured that you might have some information, at least more than we could gather on our own in such a short amount of time. And in exchange, we wanted to see if there was anything you might need us for, because you don't travel outside and we do. Perhaps there's something we can offer in exchange for said information?
What would you like to know?
We are aware that they are working to carry out the will of the Eye, the Elder Eye specifically. Are you familiar with it?
I am.
and this chained one that was corrupted. Do you know to what end the cults are working together to free him from this prison?
And what are you willing to give in exchange for this?
I mean, we're pretty good at, she kind of gestures to Liam, acquiring things, dealing with people. She'll kind of gesture to Nathan, speaking with others, gestures to Rowan, comforting some, gestures to Chara. Is there anything you seek in this world that we could help with?
What I seek is not in this world. I've spent the majority of my time seeking a dream. Just out of my grasp at all times.
That sounds familiar. I have spent the last several years of my life chasing after what turns out to be quite literally a dream. But it turns out what I was looking for the whole time was literally standing right next to me. And she gestures to Liam again. So, if there's any way we can help make that dream more of a reality, I'd like to offer myself for that, my services.
Is your intention to end the cults? Or the one leading them? Because that will surely define how difficult the task is.
I don't think our end goal is entirely clear yet. I think we stand against what these cults are for, but I think our main goal is to prevent whatever it is their cooperative efforts are seeking to bring about. We've handled the leader of the Howling Hatred. We've gone up against that of the Crushing Wave, though he still stands. But we've seen the devastation they wrought on Red Larch as one cult, and we just seek to prevent the four of them from actually aligning, because they hate each other to begin with, and quite frankly, anything that they're willing to work towards together could quite literally be the end of the world.
When you've lived as long as I have, you see several. Kind of chuckles as he hears Nathan's. I say lived in the sense of existing. You gain a larger perspective. I have existed through several world-ending phenomena. At least seemed world-ending at the time. That is not to minimize the task before you, however. I have no wish to kill. I've seen too much of it. It surrounds everything. My time is dedicated to advancing beyond death.
I have a curiosity question for you then. Kind of a moral question.
Mm.
You refuse to kill. I understand and I get it. But if you refuse to kill that one person just to watch them slaughter thousands, which is worse?
You're saying I'm invested in the lives of those around me because I refuse
You don't
to
like to kill, which is fine. But you're okay with watching death. Or does that bother you as well?
He kind of, his eyes never quite meet you. The kind of milkiness to them, always kind of seemingly looking past and around you. I have felt death. I have stepped out of its grasps. And I wish to help others do the same.
Thank you. That was honestly what I needed to hear. We don't have a clear goal as to eliminating the cults or just their leader, as you so put it. Eliminating the cults in its entirety would be impossible, as we could wipe them out and somebody else will just start anew. Seems needless slaughter. However, ending them, trying to end the lives of thousands, if not more, is our goal.
Then what would you ask of me?
I'll leave that one to the pretty one. I don't have any idea.
Yeah, roll
I
a
just wanna know if
persuasion
there's
check
any-
real quick.
Okay.
Nathan or
Nathan.
13.
Okay. Nina?
I'm just looking for literally anything you can give us on Helen Ray and her people. Numbers. What is their... I'm assuming they have a creature of sorts used as a defender. I know that the others did. We just want some insight into their defenses if we have to venture down into their hole again.
I have not traveled outside of the monastery for many years. Helen Ray runs the majority of the going-ons in the monastery. They took over most of the area, but left me to my own devices in my area. They know not to interfere. She is driven. And even when she seems to be down, she has a habit of coming back.
Are you saying she has a way of evading a killing blow?
She is quite skilled at such things.
And you, in your quest to evade death, do you know of anything that might prevent her from using such abilities?
Hit her hard and fast.
A spell, a magic item? Hit her hard.
From there, your path would lead you deeper into the Bessemler tombs. You'll find more beneath. For each for each above ground cult fortitude that you take out, there's another beneath. And if you do not find its princess within the above ground, they'll have likely moved below. My understanding is there are nodes of power beneath. Portals to the elemental planes. I cannot guarantee this, however, the powers they wield has led me to believe as such. Likely the elemental planes.
That makes sense. And would align with our experience in the Feathergale Spire. We found her receding its depths too, after defeating her lieutenant, so thank you.
This Elder Eye and the Chained One. You do realize they are one and the same?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying that things have so many different titles, but yeah, we've put the two together.
Typically, beings with numerous names acquire such due to their length of stay. If they've been around longer, different eons of civilizations come up with their own names for them.
Well, I've got two names, so I must be doing something right.
Do tell.
Story for another time, maybe. Unless you'd like that story as payment for the information you've given us.
See him like drawing a deep breath through that skinless nose. No. I am not one that collects stories. So, when you end these cults, what do you plan to do with the area? Do you
I
wish
don't
to
think
lay
we'd had
claim to
any-
it?
Me? A princess over a kingdom? No.
And all the bodies you leave in their wake? Would you be comfortable with an army of undead?
Guess that all depends on who's in charge.
Yeah.
And if it were me?
Depends. What's your goal? What do you want to do with them? How many new lives, or we save them by removing you from that throne.
He just smiles. This is a choice you must make.
If you want to claim the temple and live in peace with their resurrected bodies, I have no issue with that. I don't think anyone's gonna want the Bessemer temples when the cults are done with it. It'll be a haunted place whether or not you're the Lich King there. But
His eyes are
if
zeroed
we take
in
out these cults, and if
on
these
the
cults,
cleric.
if we take out these cults and we survive these, I think we would come for you if it turned into anything non-peaceful.
He
Right,
hears
Rowan?
your words, but yeah, he is zeroed
Yeah.
in, eyes locked on Rowan. Like a smile, a smirk on his face.
I think the dead should rest. At least the ones that lived peacefully in life deserve peace in death.
Is there not peace in life? Or do you deem it not, because you have not found it?
I personally will probably never feel peace, but I've accepted that. I do have a question for you. Would you happen to know of a gathering place of people like me, my kind? Have you met someone like me before?
More specifics.
Have you met beings known as Alzheimer's?
I've known some in my time. Since this form, you're the first. But when I walked the earth, flesh and blood, yes.
Do you mean to suggest they were more common at a different time?
No. But I was involved in many wars, my brother and I. And Osimer of your sort always seem to find themselves wrapped up in holy wars. Depending on what gods you choose to serve. And he kind of gestures with a crooked finger towards your breastplate. That one in particular.
Do you mean to suggest that Alzheimer's may not have a choice in being pulled to follow deities?
I do not mean to suggest such. What I will say is, you all are so wrapped up in finding out why you are what you are. And you simply have the blood of those before you. The gods are not so far removed. That's why they hate me. Because I represent something unnatural to them. I cross the lines they don't wish crossed. Makes them uncomfortable. Do I make you uncomfortable?
If we met a few months ago, I'd say yes, but things have changed.
Indeed,
The
they
world
have.
isn't so black and white.
His eyes kind of trail down to your arm.
I try to subconsciously turn my arm to hide it.
So, anything of worth to this meeting? Or shall I take what I came for and move on?
Rowan looks over her shoulder at Nina, everyone.
I stepped away for a second, out of game. Did he say what he came for? No? Okay.
So I missed the beginning of the conversation, so I didn't know if you guys talked about knowing
We
something.
don't know what
Okay, so now we can
Mr. Lich wants, yeah, other than to maybe be a Lich King now over all the bodies we're about to leave in our wake.
Okay. Speed back up. So it asked Colin to take it what you want. How was it phrasing? What I did.
He's gonna take what he wants and then leave.
Take what he wants.
What he came for, essentially.
I apologize, but I didn't get the chance to talk to you down in the dungeon area, but was there a deer struck for something? And that's when I'll turn and look over my shoulder to what Liam was the one that initiated the conversation, right?
In the temple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Liam was the one who stumbled into him.
So I would look over at Liam with my eyes kind of narrowed.
I'm a little lost. What exactly? What am I doing? I thought I was not involved in this conversation. I thought I was just watching.
You are always part of this, Liam. You can't just walk away from it.
Renwick.
Did you make a deal with Winwick under the temple?
To the best of my knowledge, I've made no deals. Although I can't remember. Damn, did I make a deal?
Renwick stands up, hand running along his gown, straightening at his robes. And he kind of glides forward, and you watch as he passes by all of you. His hand kind of just guides through the air. And all of you watch as he drifts by you. And as he gets to the edge of it, you see him turn towards you and his hand finally comes down. Most appeasing. Good luck. And he just drifts backwards. Back down the path.
I look around. Did like we visually age at all? Does Liam have white hair now? Like what just happened?
Roll perception checks, anyone that's curious.
Yeah, I'm definitely like.
Yeah.
It's a 17 from me.
Okay.
11 from me.
Okay.
18 for me.
Okay. No. None of you have any idea.
Not even Churro with her passive of like 20.
I will roll it.
You can totally keep it to her if you
Perception.
want to do
Oh,
that.
no,
but if
no.
she- if
We
she
will
wouldn't-
roll that right out. She is the only one with a 25 that knows, gets a vague idea of what it is. But I'll explain that to her and let her
Yeah.
decide. Yeah.
That seems like a fun tidbit to give to her for next time.
Liam, what the hell did you say to him in that temple?
I have no idea.
You do realize words can be used against us.
I think you're stressing out over nothing. I'm sure everything's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that was way easier. I thought it was going to be... I honestly thought you were going to be like, no, I'm not going to let you raise an army of the undead, and we were going to have to fight him now. So...
Yeah, good job on your own sort of like growth as a person.
Okay, well, when shit now hits the fan,
If shit hits the fan,
no, it will.
if
Do you feel any different? I don't feel... I feel fine.
I feel very different right now.
I feel delightful, scrumdiddlyumptious even.
How do you feel different?
I just stood my ground in front of someone that literally said, I'm taking what I want. And I didn't just behead them right then and there. And I don't know how I feel about that.
You literally never behead me, and I take what I want all the time. That just seems like a Tuesday for you, Rowan.
I mean, you do have a point there.
You are stronger than you think.
We are meddling with things that are...
Oh, no. We're not meddling. We are waist deep in things that we probably shouldn't be. But we're here. And the people of Red Larch, and the people of Westbridge, and the people of the entire fucking Deshern Valley are thanking us for it. So we have the hard conversations. We make whatever deals are going to come back to haunt us to get the information we need. Now we know Helen Ray has something that will allow her to come back. We know
And
that
you are
we
the
have...
last person I want to hear talking about meddling.
In what regard? We do
Do I need
meddle.
to show you all my new scars, or
We meddle.
you meddle?
The rest of us just kind of try to get by Rowan, and then we try
Oh,
to
I think this is about you not trusting him down in the temple and almost getting you both killed. That's the meddling we're talking about now.
I mean, I'm just talking about maybe sometimes it's okay for us to just, we didn't hear that, guys.
No, that's not meddling. That's a morale problem.
I didn't hear that.
You're seriously not concerned at the fact of how easy it was, and then poof, he's gone. Nothing comes easy for us. Nothing ever has.
I'm gonna be real honest, Ron. You serve a deity with a deva that poofs and comes and goes and does all kinds of shit to you all the time. I'm not real upset about something I can at least see on a regular basis.
Liam has no input.
And if you were that concerned, you could have just asked.
I was a little bit shell-shocked at the kind of spur-of-the-moment thing. Did you not see my hand on my sword when you walked by? I damn near pulled it out.
I mean, you've always got your hand on your sword, Rowan. To be honest here, anytime we meet something that might be morally ambiguous, you tend to, and I say this out of love, Rowan, you kind of have a problem. You're not able to see gray.
And
That's
you
not necessarily a problem. That's just
Liam says he's used to living in gray.
And you are?
From what I can tell, Liam is lacking something called a conscience, so don't worry about it.
I wouldn't say I'm lacking a conscience, but okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Group, hey, we just had a positive encounter with a lich that probably could have kicked the shit out of us. We're gonna call this one a win. Let's not turn against each other, okay?
For sure.
What if that's what the Lich did? Started to turn us against each other?
No, I think we're
Doubtful.
doing that entirely on our own.
I'm not turning on anyone, Nia. I'm just trying to point out the fact of the lightness is in the presence of such a being. Quite frankly, I think is stupid and childish.
I think you're mistaking my ability to focus on the larger picture for lightness. What we just did was not light. But my ability to not let it freeze me up or weigh me down, that's just something I can do.
Well, good for you.
All right, moving on. And Nathan kind of pulls his horse to the side and kind of starts walking past Nina and like, how come you get 2 names? Swear I've got you in the age department.
Get haunted by a hag and then we'll talk.
Shadow Dragon count?
Yeah, that's true. What would you want your other name to be? Wait, you do have 2 names. You're not Nathan. What did Kip call you?
Just a different pronunciation under a different accent.
I mean, that's kind of 2 names.
From now on, Nathan, we will call you Howard.
Sorry, what was that? I can't hear you through your bucket helmet.
I mean, technically, you did have another name. They referred to you as another name in the rooms. If we are
In the
really
what?
going
Wait,
by those.
when I did this, Liam cast comprehend languages.
Okay.
There's only 2 languages coming out of Nathan's mouth, and that's crappy common and common.
For now.
It's common and shit talking.
Maybe Liam will understand the nuances of shit talking now.
Wait, Chara, what did they call him in the other room?
Wasn't it like the Forgotten Man or something? remember. Liam, it was your room.
Oh, what do you know? Liam not sharing yet something else.
Look, you get involved in as much as I've gotten involved in. You tend not to question people with one name. It tends to not shake you.
See, now you have 3. You're beating me.
I don't really remember any of them, so not really.
Don't worry, we'll come up with something better than the Forgotten Man. Because you're not forgotten anymore.
That would be nice. Though I am getting tired of having everybody say they're the oldest thing in the room.
I mean, stop reminding everyone about how many years you have over them. Seems like a pretty good way of avoiding that.
I mean, do you know how many years you have over them? How old are you?
I don't know. Last time I checked, somebody said eons, so...
Yeah, but you
I
don't
just feel like it's an
remember
accomplishment
any
and
of
the
it.
only one I have, alright?
I mean, didn't you raise or watch out for her? Some may say that's a pretty big accomplishment. Not getting a child killed.
Yeah, maybe.
What do I know? I've got no children.
Wait, did you
That you know of.
talk about me?
Rowan, keep up.
Like
Nina
I said,
just
it's
says
hard to
you
hear you in
gross.
that fishbowl.
What about fish bowls?
Nina said what?
When Nathan said that you know of to Liam's comment about not having children, she just goes, ew, gross.
Liam suddenly thinks of Pell.
In what regard?
One, you guys don't know that. Two, you don't have children. Thinks of Pell.
Wow.
This is an internal thought.
Alright, moving on.
Y'all are gross.
Yeah, I think we take the horses and start heading back down the trail. We can keep having these conversations just on the move.
As we're walking back to the horses, I'll say, well, I got a new name that for all 4 of you. You just add on pain in the ass as a name as we walk back to our horses.
So clever.
What did I do? I really don't feel
It's
like...
alright, I think she's just projecting.
Look, I thought we bonded. Oh,
She
I
hasn't
see.
responded.
Okay. You all ride out of the canyon. Start making your way back.
I think we're heading to Waterdeep.
Okay.
So back to the long road and then down, right?
So, yes. The easiest way, I mean, you could go south and cut through a lot of wilderness and such. However, or you could take the river. Or you could head back to the long road and head south, which you know is a well-known road for this.
Do we want to do group any scouting along the river and in the wilderness for any of the cult stuff on our way? Or do we want to take the well-known route for a quicker and maybe less painful trip? I'd be down for either if we want to make the trip to Waterdeep and make that faster.
I'm Waterdeep, and I don't think that we should, in particular, be on the lookout. Well, we should be on the lookout, but we shouldn't be.
Seeking them out.
Yeah, we shouldn't be seeking anyone out. Just like keep our heads on a swivel. I also am concerned that if we go on the main road, ambushes might be a thing. It's the main road.
Yeah, but it's
I'm
usually
not too
like,
worried about that.
yeah, I think it's traveled by like caravans and stuff like that. I think it's actually less likely because you're more likely to get bigger traveling parties along it. Um, but yeah, let's go. Let's circle back to the main road, and we'll just keep our heads out for any other big like crucified people. I think that we saw the last time we ran into Durgan at some random road and stuff like that. Keep an eye out for anyone that may be talking about, you know, things that they've seen as we're traveling, but long road to Waterdeep.
Okay. You guys spend 2 days headed back towards the long road. And you guys make it back to Red Larch. High Harvest Tide has passed. And you guys start to make your way south along the long road. It'll be a week's travel to get to Waterdeep. And then we can actually probably just do this in a shorter fashion. However, why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? And then we'll reconvene. And if you guys have anything you want to do along the travels, we can play that out. Otherwise, we will move forward then. So 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Got so many competing noises going on in the household right now. My mom's watching TV out in the living room. Matt's playing video games in the room next door. So I think you guys can like occasionally like my mic's picking up him.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, it's so great.
Yep.
What's he playing?
Let me see.
What?
What? It doesn't say there. I have to open up Steam. He's been kind of all over the place, playing a lot of Total War 3, or Total War Warhammer 3. He might actually just be getting into a game with friends. It doesn't seem he's playing it, but or they're playing Overwatch. Who knows? No, Vampire Survivors. There it goes. It just popped up. I am so close to being done with my first run of Baldur's Gate 3, though, as the fighter that I'm playing, and my next run, I'm gonna do Nina as a sorcerer, so... But that's gonna be like my chaotic run. This was my good run. That'll be my chaotic run. And
I'm gonna take my my computer to get a diagnostic done because it's been weird. Anytime I try to play a game, it'll run fine for a while, but eventually, like, I'll start hearing like crackling on the sounds, and then it just shuts down and resets. I thought at first it was an overheating thing, but I've been checking the core temp and I've kept my apartment cold, and so it's not a thing. And it only happens like if I play Baldur's Gate or Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm gonna take it to a local shop and see if they know what's going on with it. But I need to finish. I also need to finish my first playthrough of Baldur's, or at least finish it with my roommate.
yeah.
I haven't been playing at all. I haven't been playing like any video games much. So it's been sitting there, and I'm still in Act 1.
I've not completed Act 2, and I've played so many run-throughs. So many different characters.
It is really easy to like just not finish that game because you just keep wanting to try new things, or try new, for me at least, try new mods, and just reset the priority over.
I made myself commit to one full playthrough, but I'm doing it like very meticulously. Like I'm leaving like no cranny on the map unturned, or as much as I can find, like assuming that I can find all the little hidden things. So I've dumped so many hours into it on my first one because I was like, I'm going to go start to finish, no mods, no nothing, but I'm going to clear the map. That way when I do my other ones, I know what stuff I don't care to go venture down or whatever.
That's basically how I've been approaching it.
Yeah.
I'm opening every single book.
Opening every crate. I don't care if it's just rope. I'm taking it.
If we've all gotten to at least Act 2, can we just for a minute ignore...
Rowan hasn't though. Hold on.
Oh.
They're still in Act 1.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about the tower.
Oh yeah.
And you know how sad that is. Breaks my heart every time I get there.
Yep.
Oh.
Which is
Oops. Sorry. Just realized something. My Tuesday night game. We have been playing. Well, it was starting out as Waterdeep Dragon Heist, and then it's gone into Storm King's Thunder, but it was the whole first part's all Waterdeep. And I was trying to find all my stuff over the last week without having to purchase it like on Waterdeep, and it was like, oh. But I just have all the good notes that my Tuesday night game had. 'Cause man, does Waterdeep big.
Yeah, and I don't even think like us as a group. I mean, maybe folks have other plans, but I think we just want to do some like research more than anything. I'm not looking to like make you come up with an entire city's worth of stuff. Like we can get very specific. So
Yeah,
Yeah, all
there
I want to
is.
really do in Waterdeep.
Huh?
Yep, sorry. I was gonna say all I want to do in Waterdeep is like get info, check shops, and maybe talk to the local thieves. That's it.
Oh yeah. No, there's a lot there. There's a lot in Waterdeep. So with that being said,
I was actually gonna make the joke. I was like, while we're here, why don't we just pick up Dragon Heist and do that real quick? I know
my
it's like
God.
another full like
that would add like
10-level
another
adventure,
year's
yeah.
worth of game.
I mean, I'm not complaining about it.
it would be. We could always just drop hints, and then maybe we all circle back 1 year back to that as like, oh, our next adventure.
Yeah, I mean that's certainly an option if you guys want to spend a year in Waterdeep. Return to the Somber Hills a year later. Find out what
That would be-
happens.
Interesting to do, where it's like you're in one module, then you go to an area, complete that module, and then go back to the other.
Yeah, like I definitely think we have to return within a week or two back to the valley, or the cults are gonna like do whatever shit they're gonna do. But for us to be in Waterdeep at a library and someone to like suggest something is happening, and that we would have to come back and check Dragon or like Waterdeep out after the valley. We'll come back here when we're done.
Once we finish Princes, I can't hang out with you guys anymore.
Oh, you're
ours-
full of shit. I know where
Wow.
you live.
Wow. Okay.
That's a
So,
threat.
anything,
Absolutely.
anything in particular that Liam, I assume you are going to read your book every night.
Yep.
All right. And
Liam
then,
knows how to read.
huh?
Liam knows how to read.
He does. He's got a whole helmet for it now.
Every language.
All right. So, with that being said, anything that you guys want to do over the week's time as you travel along this path?
Yes.
I really should have looked up downtime activities, but go ahead.
Yeah, go for it, Rowan.
Probably not the first night after the talk with Linwick, but the second night, so early in the journey. I would have stole away some time when everyone was sleeping to attempt to contact Amruta.
Okay. And you do this by praying and such? Like spending
Yeah.
time meditating? Okay.
Yeah. I'd just go away into the woods somewhere to be away from the group and
Okay. All right.
And it would basically be if she doesn't show up the first night, then I would basically do it each night.
Yeah. So each night you kind of spend some time praying. You struggle the first night. Nothing seems to happen. Second night, nothing seems to happen. Which you're not unfamiliar with praying and meditating and not immediately having any kind of, response or anything like that. That's kind of the life of the cleric. You simply offer what you are and just expect that they will continue to protect you as is and guide your feet. And it's probably the 5th night. You are meditating and you do get a sense as the skies are open. It is cold night. And as you sit a little ways away from the fire to be able to think and meditate, and you find yourself drifting. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
11.
You have a vision. As you feel your eyes slowly drift closed and sleep about to take you, you suddenly open your eyes and you see an expansive field of vision that you have never seen before. This massive cloud of color, blues and pinks, purples, with this backdrop of just blackness. You've never seen anything like this before, and you are within it, surrounding you, just drifting. And you see glittering lights like tiny miniature stars that just float adrift within this colorful cloud. And you hear an unusual whinnying sound, but it's almost like that of these melodious bells. Beyond one of the thick, colorful clouds, you see burning light, almost like undulating flames, building, growing. No, wait, they're just moving swiftly across and through the nebula of these clouds. It is a majestic sight as this golden scaled stag-like creature with the face of a dragon, the body of a stag, but for the back where the rear legs seem to blend into trailing flames of orange and white. Long white mane along the length of the creature's body that also seems to like blend into the flames that trail behind it, almost like a dragon's tail. And above two luminous violet eyes, you see a spiral-shaped coppery horn. And this magnificent golden creature with trailing flames flies across this nebula cloud, circles around one of the small drifting lights, and pauses before it. The creature, amidst this void vacuum of silence, lets out another call, again like several melodious bells all at once. The sound causes that tiny star just to brighten, and the creature bows its head, the tip of the horn just touching this little mote of light. And as it does, the surrounding material of this cloud pulls inward towards this mote, which widens suddenly into this bright, swirling circle. And a hand reaches through, grasping firmly onto the horn. And you blink again. And you feel a hand over your eyes. And you shake back a bit. And the hand comes down. And you would see Amruta standing before you. And she kind of smiles up at you. You called?
What was that beauty?
What
The
did you
lights and-
see?
I've never seen such a creature in my life. A golden stag with the head of a dragon.
You also kind of feel this like distant connection start to kind of wane a bit the longer you start to stand there and speak of it. And Amruta would nod. Yes. I believe you speak of the Kairin. They're noble creatures, celestial creatures. They're considered harbingers of destiny and guardians of the sacred. They are attracted.
Guardians of the sacred?
Yes. They are very rare. They are attracted to courage and loyalty, selflessness, truth. They embody the forms of celestial powers of creation. Even when killed, Kairin never truly die. Their form may perish, but their spirit remains. And a new form is born at random. Could be minutes, could be days, months, centuries, or millennium. They are cherished. But how do you know of this creature, Rowan?
I was watching it as if it was a film. I was looking through to another plane and watching its movements.
She smiles up at you and kind of reaches up and just brushes a lock of hair back from your face. It would appear that Melinda was right about you. You have the gift.
At hearing the word gift, my shoulders slump. Forgive me, but I don't feel very gifted right now.
There are two types of oracles. There are divine oracles, which are those chosen and gifted visions and omens from the gods themselves. And there are natural born oracles, which are chosen by creation itself. Natural born oracles are extremely rare and extremely valuable. Most being fought over and claimed by both good and evil deities. For natural born oracles can see things beyond even the gods. Sometimes even the death of the gods. But the visions are often unpredictable and confusing to the untrained. It's a shame your mother could not be here to assist you in your training. For she was an incredible natural born oracle.
You knew my mother?
I did not know her personally. Her name was Ephemera. She was a celestial born and raised on Isgard. But Isgardians knew her by a different name. To them, she was the Stormcrow of Isgard. She was Oracle and Shaman Healer to those who crossed her path, including your guardian, the Half-Born.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your gift has shown itself. This is your mother's legacy, as she kind of runs her hand under your arm and pulls it forward, the one without the rock in it. Your blood is her blood. Your gifts will not be as powerful as hers. However, you will retain some. And it will dull with each passing generation.
I don't know if I want these gifts to awaken now. Not when I become tainted, then I'll look down at the tattoo.
Her eyes kind of trail to that. This weighs you down. It is something I wish you did not have to bear. But bear it you do. Do not give in to the madness, Rowan. Trust in yourself and trust in those you choose to surround yourself with. They will help pull you from it. For the call of this, she kind of hovers her hands over where the tattoo is. He's very strong. But it will not last. You called to me for a reason. She kind of looks at you questioningly.
Forgive me. I've lost my words with knowing all this information. It just I'm so tired.
Of what? Physically? Mentally?
Yes.
Then rest.
I fear if I rest, I won't wake up.
And you would be welcomed into the brace of Heronius. Do you not wish this?
It's what I've sought for years. But things have changed. There's people that I care about.
Your cat's being so.
You can hear him, can't you? He probably senses that I'm acting out a little bit of sadness, and he's like, "You need me to hug you."
Yeah, therapy cat kicking in. Yeah.
Yep. Appa, good lord. He's going nuts. Anyways. I have people now that I care far deeper than I ever thought possible. But I don't think I realized jeez, how big this is. Just when I was in Red Larch and talking to the priestess, I didn't really let it sink in how devastating and unlikely and huge of a problem losing Mylandra was. I didn't think that I was being targeted, but or at least it didn't sink in fast enough. I don't want my fate to affect those around me. And I guess I called more so, I guess, to make sure you're still there. I mean, if you were targeted, and you may have been, I feel like this is so much bigger than I expected.
If you wish to help people, then your path will affect those around you. You are not meant to be meaningful and live in seclusion. If you wish to remain alone and not affect anyone, you may do so. But the world will remain unaffected by you, and you will pass like a speck of dust and lose all purpose. You cannot be around others and not affect them. And this is bigger than you think. And you see her now kind of turn to the side, and you see beyond that scattering of shards across the sky that previously you had seen her moving and sorting through, trying to piece together this picture. And you see there's a good portion of like the bottom corner and a piece along the diagonal. And from what you can see thus far, you see the bottom portion of Melandra and the backside of him. And you see one of his arms raised with hammer held back high. And you see coming out the back of him. That's all you see. You see him held high, and then you see the legs of the creature before him. And it looks like two beefy gargoyle-like legs with claws along the end.
How beefy are we talking?
Beefy baby. And strong thighs. And like just sorry.
Keep going, DM.
I'm sorry, I'm just
The
first time I tried to describe this thing, I said beefy shoulders, and it was during a very like emotionally charged moment, and I somehow threw in beefy shoulders, and it just killed it. Killed it entirely. But anyways, you see the bottom portion of this creature right up to like the hips and the lower abdomen, and it is a gargoyle-like creature, large and matching Melandra. You can't see anything further above it, but this is the picture she's been able to pull together as she kind of just pushes with her hand the rest of the shards to the side so you can see. This is the last memory that my friend had. And this is all I've been able to piece together thus far. She kind of looks back at you. This is big, Rowan. One does not kill a divine being of Heronius and just run. There's always purpose behind these types of acts, and when a celestial is killed, all the other gods take notice. So when you say this is bigger than you, You are right. But that does not mean that you have no place in it. I promise you, I will do whatever I can to find Melandra's murderer. Based on what I see here,
What is that creature? You know?
I am very certain he is a demon lord, known as the Deceiver. I have never mixed hands with him in the past. However, this form is common to him. How a demon managed to make his way here, I am still trying to sort out. I will let you know when I complete the picture.
You told me last time we spoke that the deceiver was among us, or among you. I can't stop thinking about that phrase and wondering if you meant our group that I'm currently walking with, or this plane of existence.
I don't know. This is not my only task. I have many under my care. I try to keep an eye on you, for I know your task is important. But I do depend on you to help bring me the pieces I need to complete this mystery. Who are you looking for?
It's less who I'm looking for, but more of wanting an understanding. Who is Durgan? What is Durgan? And can I trust him?
This is... She kind of steps forward and reaches out, waits a moment to make sure you're okay with it, but then just gently touches her hand against the side of your head. And you see her eyes go distant for a moment before she draws back. If you suspect this, you are a cleric of Heronius, and you are blessed with his wisdom. Go with your gut. Question everything. The deceiver has his name for a reason. I don't know what he wants or why. But I assure you, if he has made plans to find a way to come to this celestial plane to murder a deity, he is most bold indeed and must be stopped.
I understand. Thank you for meeting with me.
I am here to guide you.
I'll watch you get back to helping all those others.
You don't even finish as the words. You finish speaking them and realize you're looking out at a valley before you. As you guys are just offset to the road, and the words just finish in a puff of cold air. The firelight just a little ways behind you.
A way to be kind of soaking in everything I just saw or slightly remember as it fades from my memory, and just repeat over and over again the Ephneera and let it start to sink in that I was just told about my true mother that I never knew.
And for the spelling, Ephemera. Ephemera.
Thank you. And I just go back towards camp and lay down to sleep.
Okay. Anything the rest of you want to do along the trip at all?
Nothing that needs to be played out, but just a note of like what people generally see Nina doing in the hour before bed or whatnot. She has, after visiting with Renwick, we went back to Red Larch and she made a quick stop into the general store and got like a bunch of paper and some ink and everything. And she has made it a habit now of like documenting their days. And so she's just like a journaler at night now. She won't say anything about it, but it's not something she ever did before, so it's a new thing.
Liam doesn't do anything other than read.
Okay. All right. So
Nathan just eats bacon.
Pretty much.
pocket bacon.
Pocket bacon.
The best kind.
Right.
All right. So, you guys.
Out of all of our characters, Liam's the one most familiar with Waterdeep, correct?
I do not know. I've never mentioned it
Oh, Liam hasn't. Okay, that's what I guess what I'm asking is none of us have ever been to Waterdeep. Nobody's necessarily with any sort
So-
of familiarity.
Actually,
I passed through, but that's
Yeah.
it.
so at the very beginning of the campaign,
Yeah.
Rowan, Liam, and Flick were coming up from. Wait, was it Flick? No, Rowan,
Kendra.
Liam, and
Kendra.
Sora.
Oh, Sora. Yeah.
You guys came up from Waterdeep. So
Okay.
Liam, you have been to Waterdeep. Briefly. And Rowan, you were basically passing around and through, waiting for the caravan, along with Sora. I would say
I
probably.
think that's like the only thing. Nina's just like, so has anyone been there? Do you know anything about it? Like,
I think probably one of you knows a little bit about it, aside from Liam. More just a. This is a very big city with a lot of corners and areas that should be avoided. But it's also a very bustling city with opportunity to boot. So, with that being said, coming down the long road, oh shit, I gotta mark the time on here because this is gonna be a lot of days to add to the calendar. You guys
Yeah, I basically spent most of my time at Temple Heronius in Waterdeep.
so
It was just solely
6 days plus
trying to find a caravan to leave. So
7
I didn't even like explore it or anything.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
that sounds
almost
right for Rowan.
almost
Mhm.
2 weeks.
Let's just say Nathan's been uncharacteristically quiet this whole time.
And you guys
Oh, good and peaceful.
come to the long road splits, and you notice that it goes to the north as it comes to like this little bitty farming community, more of a hamlet almost. Is that the right word? It's a little farming community, and the road goes north, and then it also goes straight onward. And as you kind of discuss with one of the farmers in the area, they would announce if you go straight onward, you'll hit the northward wall. There's a gate there, however, very few people ever get taken up through there, typically just the guards. You would likely need to take the road north and around to the Field Ward Gate, or you can head south and around to the southern gate. Which would you like to do? They would let you know that the northern side of the city is typically the more prosperous side, the wealthier side. It's going to be cleaner. It's going to be less crime. The south side is where a lot of the dock ward is. It's a little bit seedier. You're going to run into possibly a little bit more of the crime area. Which area would you guys like to go? Which route? Which path? You have 3 before you. 3 paths to choose from.
Probably not the one that only the guards can get through, usually.
I choose crime.
I choose north. I can't do crime.
Which one leads us closest to the library? Does the farmer know this?
The farmer does not. The farmer has never left the farm. A lot of
Okay.
people come out
they
of
know
there,
how-
but
Yeah. Do they know a distance has in their conversations with other people? Has it been said like the north gate's closer or the south gate, or are they about the equidistant?
it's about equal distance.
Okay.
You're literally at a crossroads.
I think Nina's gonna side with Liam in this just because. Just because.
Shocking.
I'm just saying, we go through the crime place, we talk to some characters, maybe find ourselves some items, get some gossip.
It's a valid point. I mean, cultists are not necessarily going to be. They could be, but I think they're more likely to be in the shadows as opposed to the light of prosperity.
We can always split the party.
In a city this big, maybe we stick together. We'll talk about splitting once we've at least established someplace to stay for the night.
You guys just made me remember this like really dumb meme, which is be gay, do crime.
Yeah.
So let's do crime.
What are you saying, Leah?
I'm saying do crime. I can't be any more explicit about it.
Yeah, I think Nina's for the south just because she thinks it'll give us closer to any cultish activities that are coming out of Waterdeep. But the goal, I think, was to get to the library where Flick had been researching for Chara to find some stuff as well.
It's more to you just didn't you want to do the opposite of Rowan. I know that.
Yeah, I think like after the conversation with Rowan of like with the Lich and everything like that, I think Nina's like, okay, we just need to like continue to put her into like gray areas and make her grow.
I don't want to grow.
Well, that's too darn bad.
All right. So which way did you guys said south?
South.
Okay. You guys head south along the road, and it's a pretty well. Okay. So normally this road is well used. This time of year, it's starting to get less used. In the colder season, people don't use it as much. People bed down. They find cities, places to stay within, to stay out of the winter months. And Waterdeep is a popular place. So you actually, most of the people you come across are headed towards Waterdeep. So either the same direction or the very few people that are headed north. Typical caravans, but it is pretty sparse at this point. You pass quite a few farm lands and see quite a few people harvesting the last of what is of their land as you make your way south towards the southern gate.
I think on the road to the south door, noticing that Nathan has been uncharacteristically quiet and hasn't spoken up on like the last couple of decisions, she goes, "You didn't have a preference?"
Not particularly, no.
You haven't had a preference really since we left Red Larch. You okay?
I'll probably live.
That's not what I asked.
Bad memories, that's all.
Of here?
Big cities, mainly.
That's fair.
A lot of fighting arenas in these areas.
Yeah. We can steer clear of them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want like a get me out of here if things are getting too bad word?
Like a safe word.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm all right. I'm just not looking forward to running into anybody that might know me.
We could probably fix that.
I
Liam
like
Minor
my face the way it is.
illusions us all the time.
If needed, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I just know this is a information gathering, and I don't want to be in the way of that.
Well, it is, but as Rowan suggested, we could split up. You don't have to
We
be.
don't want to do that.
Okay. Well, just, I don't know. Throw a knife at me or something if you need an out.
You got it. Minus the knife part.
I
Maybe
can
pocket
catch it.
bacon.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. And we keep going.
All right.
It's like pulling teeth to get Nathan to elaborate
Uh-huh.
on anything.
Anything. I love it.
Says the woman who had a vision and didn't tell us about any of it.
Takes one to know one.
What are you talking about? Nina's an open book now.
No, I mean between me and Nathan.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What are you talking about? I told everybody about my history and all that kind of shit.
Did you? I ignored it. I'm just kidding.
See, that doesn't surprise me.
Pulled a Nathan or a Liam of I didn't hear that.
You're right.
All
Always
right.
the best solution. You can hear that.
You guys come to the southern gate of the South Ward. As you near this area, you Nope, nope. Okay. You get the smell of sea air. Crisp sea air because it is getting to the colder season. It's odd. Only a few of you have been to a city this large before. You've been breathing very natural, fresh air. Granted, you've been in dungeons. However, this is like a very different smell. This is sea and fish and massive amounts of people all congregated in one large area. They have things in place, sewerage and things like that. But you're also coming up the South Ward area, which is not as well taken care of. There's a little bit more of a staler smell. It's not bad, but it is it's not necessarily pleasant either as you pass through the gates with quite a few other people. The feel of salt on the air, you hear seagulls off in the distance, and as you pass through the gates, immediately you hear the loud calls of merchants, lines of them welcoming newcomers to Waterdeep and offering you all sorts of various items and such.
Mutton, fresh
Yeah.
mutton.
As you start to make your way through, along with other caravans and such.
So for those of you who have been here before, should we head to the Temple of Heronius, see if there's a place to stay there? Should we try to find an inn a little bit deeper into the city so that we're not paying the highest prices right off the get-go?
Is the Temple of Heronius on the north or the south side?
Temple of Heronius is probably going to be more in the Castle Ward and probably more the North Ward.
Okay. Well, we can't go to the Temple of Heronius. That's in the opposite direction of where you want to be.
Actually, probably in the Castle Ward, which would be the middle area.
It's a little less crimey.
I mean, middle sounds good. You know, that is a little bit more of a gray area. It's not the bright, pristine white of the north, but it's also not the dark, abysmal black of the south.
I just narrow my eyes at you at that comment.
She winks at you.
It sounds like you're saying that we should go with the gray.
You need gray, my friend! And a merchant with like a whole array of like cloth and stuff comes up to you and instantly unfolds.
I just turn around and look at him and was like, no, go away. Bad. Away. Away, sir.
Gray cloth for all of you as he moves on.
Oh yeah, that
down
would
the
have
line.
totally washed you out. You don't need to be wearing gray. You're already pale enough. But let's get away from all these hawkers.
I mean, don't forget, Nina, you did mention about how we might find a better gem dealer, and that's kind of more of your forte of haggling, bartering, what have you. Just to add on to the information gathering.
Making a list, checking it twice.
I wonder who's naughty or nice.
I don't know. You want to go to the temple? Is there someone you think I should speak to?
No, I just assume temples sometimes have extra beds for their worshippers to stay in, or they might be able to give you a least bias direction towards an inn. But if anyone else, I just think that now that we're here, we need to find where we're going tonight before it gets dark out. We're more likely to get mugged as the sun goes down, and it would just be a nice place to aim for before we like. What time of day is it? Did you say, DM? Sorry.
It's probably still probably just starting into early afternoon. So like,
Okay.
we'll say right around 11:30ish.
Okay. We've got a couple of hours, but I'm just saying if we want to do some of our shopping or info gathering before then, we should have a place set up to go. So that's
Did
my
you
first.
say you need an inn, miss? I'm the one to get you around this city. Terence McGilly is my name, and I'm the best guide you'll ever find in Waterdeep. You see before you a 2.5 foot tall little halfling male child with a very like Newsies boy look to him. You know, batches of dirt on him, rosy cheeks, and he stands there looking at you, kind of put himself right up in front of you. You all look like you need a little bit of help getting around the city. If you want to get around, Terrence McGill's the one that got gone.
You said he was actually a child?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nina looks at Liam and goes, "You're the babysitter. You gonna handle this? You're the one who recruits kids."
Phrasing.
She ain't wrong. Wow, she ain't wrong.
Young one, we need assistance in finding a few things.
Well,
Now, that said,
I ain't young.
sorry. Sorry. One of my favorite
No
bands.
apologies, sir. I'm here to serve you.
No, out of character. One of my favorite bands just put up something, and I thought it was finally announcing a new record for the first time in 10 years. It wasn't. They were just filming. Anyway, to the kid. We need you to take us to a library. Find us the seediest pub, as well as lead us to the anywhere where we can find weapons or magic items.
Oh, that I can do, sir. You sure you
I
want
would like
the
to insight check this kid when
seediest?
he said he's not young, though. Like,
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to know, like, is he starting his bit now? Are we getting scammed? Oh, that's a 2 on the die. There's no chance, no.
If you're loyal, do a good job, keep your nose to the grindstone. We plenty more work for you. And I'm gonna
I'm
flick him
plenty
a gold
loyal,
coin.
sir. Oh, catches it. Immediately puts it between his teeth. I thank you so much, sir. You said the seediest bar. Are you sure you want to go that route? He kind of looks at all of you.
Not. I don't think I really have a choice though.
Nina
Seedy.
stands behind Liam and is just like,
Kind of holds up the coin. Right. Where are you all from?
Around.
Sounds about right. All right. Welcome to Waterdeep. I love being able to say that. Follow me. You said seedy bar. What else? A place to stay and armor?
I said a library, a CD bar, and a place that we can find weapons or magic items.
and yes, a place to sleep at the end of the day.
We don't need that.
Well, follow
No.
me. Waterdeep, it's quite big. You can get lost very easily. You can get in a part of the area that you could probably get killed in. There's a lot of shanking that happens. But you stick with old Terrence. I'll make sure that you get through this alive and in one piece.
Liam turns over to Nathan, and he's just like, keep your gun ready. Shoot this kid in the head if we need to.
How out
Alright.
loud do you say that? Like,
I whisper it.
Oh. All right, yeah, go. I'm gonna need you make a check on that. Make a either stealth check or, yeah, stealth check.
1, stealth is my best thing. Or, oh, wow, no, it's not. Sleight of hand is. Stealth is a 7. That's my modifier. The actual number is 16 plus 7, so 23.
Oh, I thought you said you got a 1 on the die.
I thought you said
I
one
did
too. I was like,
too.
oh, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. No. It's a 23.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't catch it. I rolled a 12 on perception.
Terrence
Nina's
kind of,
like making sure her horse doesn't get like spooked.
yeah, Terrence like cocks his little newsy hat to the side a bit and just tugs on his vest. All right, follow me. Right over there, you see that? That's the dock ward. That's the path you're going to head towards that. That's probably the seediest area. You don't want to head that way unless you really want to be throwing up some fists. However, if you want to head to the best bar in town, you're going to be looking at the Yawning Portal. That is the place to be. You got things to prove. You got drinks to buy. You've got girls you want to impress. That's where you want to go. Yawning Portal's where it's at.
Can we get information there?
Depends what kind of information you're looking for.
Okay, continue, child.
I've heard of this bar. It's pretty, like, renowned, isn't it?
Oh, it's the world's best bar in. All the Faerun knows of the Yawning Portal. In the middle of it, it has a big old area, like kind of almost like a well. Goes right down to the Underdeep. The Underdark.
Nina kind of looks like, guys, the temple went into the Underdark. Might be worth looking into.
What was this kid's name again?
Terrence McGill's my name.
Is he Irish?
Sounds a little more Australian.
Born and raised in Waterdeep, I am.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear the Farscape accent.
Alright, now you're aging me. Rude.
We love it.
Whoa,
I mean, we all know that reference.
The fact that you know Farscape just endears you to me way more because I
Look.
think it's sci-fi.
Farscape?
Sleep on.
Alright, I don't want to get into it, but yeah, Farscape. Oh, man. Love. Anyways. So, yeah, fuck me.
We got Dock Ward for Seedious area. Yawning Portal is a good bar and inn, I think he just said, right?
Yeah, no, you can absolutely. And actually, I could probably get you an actual room there. It's hard to find come these days, especially after the high harvest tide. Rooms start becoming quite thin in Waterdeep.
That would be helpful. We'd make it worth your time.
Well, is it worth your time? Helps to know people who know to talk to. Kind of holds out his hand.
I give him another gold.
That'll get you there. Follow me. He starts marching down the way. And as he goes down this main road, he kind of points out different areas. And he would, you know, give you little typical guide type things. Over there, that's where Phineas Pelion, you know, was stabbed brutally. All of his innards pulled right out, his guts just splayed all across the road. No one has ever seen another murder quite like that. Until we pass this area right over here, where Mary Garnon, you would not believe it, but both her eyeballs were pinned to the wall. It was not good. It was not good. But keep following me. I know my accent's kind of going back and forth between quite a few things, but just follow me. I'll get you there, all right? And he marches onward.
I know that's like you as a DM, but I'm just imagining this little kid trying to scam us, being like, my accent's going everywhere, but stick with me, okay?
I didn't do like that. Like, breaking that wall. Like I could see this kid saying that though. It's just.
That's
Oh,
so
man.
bad. He would lead you upward the road. Now, if you're looking for the library, you're probably gonna want to head to the northern area of the castle ward. Some pretty big, you know, brain people up there, library folk. I think the big libraries up there. I've already forgotten the name of it. But he would say what it is, and you would recognize it from the library that Flick mentions in his letter. Bunch of pretentious bastards in that area, if you ask me. However, if that's your type of people, they are the best kind of people to be around, because you know what? They're going to be the ones to watch your back when all these seedy assholes from the dock ward kind of come try to make their way up. Which type are you, sir? And he looks at you, Nathan.
For which type of person I am for what?
Are you the seedy type?
Not last time I checked, but who knows?
So that way, over there is the City of the Dead. That path will take you to the big old graveyard area. The biggest graveyard you'll ever find. Don't recommend it unless you're really looking for a whole bunch of dark shit. People in there, you know, I just avoid it if I were you. If you're the type that likes to spend money, though, North Ward, that's your place. Castle Ward, that's your type of people. Headed to the yawning portal. It is. And he would walk you on, pointing out various little places, until eventually you come to a very famous tavern, where you see multiple crowd, like a huge crowd of people just standing outside of, multiple people with drinks in hand, you know, debaucherous things going on outside, fights breaking out, instruments being played, and this is all just on the outside. And Terrence would kind of start to push his way through, and he would grab your hand, Liam, and say, all right, you're going to need to stick close. I'm going to get you in there, you hear? But you're going to have to follow all of my steps, understand? He turns, and he starts to tug you forward, and he leads you through this crowd, massive crowd of people, in and through, and eventually get you in through these doors. Quite a few times you feel very crowded in, people pushing into you, laughter, drinks spilling on you, drunken people leaning into you, offering you things, asking for things. Some people not taking kindly to you. And in those moments, Terrence, you would feel, Liam, you would feel him kind of slink back behind you and just push a hand against their abdomen. No, sir, it's all right. These people are under my care, and here you go. And he would hand up a gold piece to them and push you forward, and continue to lead you on, distracting them in the best ways possible until... And in several moments, like, you would notice he at times will, like, cause distractions himself. Like, he would lift the skirt of someone or, like, shove someone else and be like, did you see what that person did? And just cause chaos that redirects everything as he continues to lead all of you through this crowd and eventually into this bar.
I'm all for chaos.
Go ahead.
Ruby and Poland with I am like guarding my pockets and watching. I am very uncomfortable and try to pay attention to anyone attempting to pickpocket not just myself but the group.
Actually, no. I'm not gonna wreck on anything. Just gonna roll with it. I had a bad idea.
Liam was gonna do some pickpocketing with that crowd.
the thought had just occurred to me. Yes.
You all eventually, in a line, kind of get pulled in with Terrence's guidance through the doors of the yawning portal. And you would hear Terrence's voice amidst this cacophony of noise, music, sound, laughter, fighting, clinking of dishware. Terrence would yell back, "This is the famous Yawning Portal Inn. As far as I know, it was built in 1306 DR by the Lord of the Waterdeep, Durnan, on the ruins of Hallister Blackcloak's old tower. Gained most of its renown for being the primary open route to the Undermountain, or as most of us know it, the Underdark." And he would gesture, like with an arm flourishing towards the middle, and almost in this perfect magical moment, like the crowd just kind of parts a little bit, and you see in the middle this open area like a well, with this rope going down the straight middle of it. And you see quite a few people around the edge of it. Kind of now and then they'll look down into it. But for the most part, people are just enjoying their time. There are multiple waitresses and waiters in and out of the crowd. A very large bar along one side. Tables all over the place. And Terrence would continue to, "Excuse me, sir, pardon me, coming through."
Don't mean to interrupt. Is it super crowded in here? Like we're still trying to weave our way through people?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I like reach back and Nina grab your hand and kind of pull you forward a little bit. Give me a hand with this, will you? And I'm just going to put on the most intimidating scowl I fucking can, and I'm just going to start walking through this crowd.
Yeah, I think
So,
Nina is mean mugging her way through this too. Yeah.
I'm just going to roll a straight intimidation and go from there.
Yeah, you
I
can
can
do
give you
it with
help.
intimidation if you're using Nina's help.
Unless you want me to roll separately, because I also have a +9 to intimidation.
I was going to say, I got a 25.
Oh, no needed, yeah.
Okay.
It's like, I am no longer squeezing through people. That is annoying.
You know what, DM? Can I really do one thing?
Absolutely.
As we're going through the crowd, I'm putting Valivo flyers in people's pockets.
Roll me a sleight of hand.
I allow it.
What'd you get?
14.
14. All right. You absolutely slip some of these into people's pockets. And actually,
Fuck yeah.
at one point, with a 22, you notice little Terrence look back at one moment, and his eye catches you slipping it in, and he looks up at you and smirks. "Do you need help with that?"
We'll talk later, kid.
"Your time's always my time. I value it precisely." And he would continue to pull you. Nathan and Nina, you guys notice the crowd, a fight suddenly breaks out just to the left, and mugs are being smashed into people's jaws. There's a loud amount of noise. You hear a couple, not necessarily screams, but shouts and such, as the two of you, the group of you, kind of come together. Terrence gets kind of shoved up back against you, and you see him hold up an arm. All right, just stay close to me. I've got this. And Nathan, you and Nina, like with Nina kind of just behind you, holding an arm out, Nathan, you kind of lean forward. How do you intimidate these folks?
So you said they're like throwing, like basically swinging mugs,
Oh, yes.
essentially? All right. I would probably, if one is kind of close by, reach up to grab their wrist and just kind of turn them to look at me and lean over and just move.
They look at you, eyes go dark for a moment, and you see their fists clench, and they suddenly, you see flames reflected in their eyes as they unclench their fist. And then you see a small little hand come up and push. Out of the way, sir! Out of the way! As Terrence pushes and continues to grab your shirt and pull you forward. Some of the fight continues to come in and out as you continue to just, both of you and Nina, just kind of push and intimidate and encourage people to move out of the way. And eventually Terrence gets you to a table with that seems to be currently occupied. However, as Terrence comes up to the table and puts a hand on it and looks at the current occupants, and he just says, I have a group here that's going to need this table. I'm going to need all of you to just, go elsewhere. And he just smiles with like this toothy grin, and the group of them, like, it's like a whole group of dwarves look at him and kind of square up, and then Nathan steps forward with Nina kind of behind him and just stands over Terrence, and the group of dwarves look up at him, and you see one of them kind of tilts his head a bit and then smirks. I'll be seeing you later then. And he picks up his battle axe and he turns to the rest of his party. Let's find a different table. This one's earned enough as is. And he moves off. The rest of his party, a little surprised, pick up their belongings, their drinks and such, and start to move off. The one dwarf...
Oh, I was just really curious. Before they move off, I would just like to insight them and try to see if they were looking at just Terrence or if they noticed anything on us, like some familiarity with one of us.
Yeah, roll insight.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. 18.
You notice their eye, the main dwarf that was talking, huge scar down the side of his face, some burn marks coming up his neck. He seemed to be looking at Nathan and primarily speaking to him.
Okay.
And you notice as he walks off with his battle axe on his shoulder, he lifts it up at one point and says, you hear him shout something, and you see a waiter pause, like a frazzled waiter pause and look at him, and he says, this table needs drinks on me. and you see him throw something, and the waiter just skillfully, despite being like completely frazzled, pulls one of the mugs to the side, and this pouch of gold, you just hear this clang of coin hit the inside of the mug. Right away, sir. And he continues to move on. The waiter kind of looks to the table and sees your party start to form around it. And he says, looks at all of you. Coming right away, sirs. And he moves on.
Nina kind of just mutters to Nathan, well, I don't like that.
You can literally just see like goosebumps running up the back of his neck.
Yeah.
He is not okay.
Yeah.
He's acting okay, but he's not.
Terrence would hook a foot around a chair, drag it forward, climb up onto it, and then arms on the table. Welcome to the Yawning Portal.
Before Nathan's intimidation runs out, he kind of leans over and, so what do you do so special there, son?
I'm a guide.
You're lying.
I'm a very good guide.
Thank you for it. I appreciate it. I just give him a pat and drop a gold in front of him.
What do you drop in front of him? Oh, gold.
A gold, yeah.
It's. Roll me insight.
I would also say if he gave out a couple of gold to like convince people to get out of our way, we're putting enough in front of him to pay him back for what he like doled out to people to get through this crowd. I don't want it to like, I don't want to owe this kid anything. So if he paid out of pocket to push people out of the way.
Depends on whose pocket they came out of.
Well, that's what she's worried about now, is that like the kid is gonna like spend 3 gold to push some like quote unquote drunk people out of the way, but then come back and be like, you owe me 3 gold. And
Oh no, I'm literally meaning like while he was handing out gold on the floor,
Oh.
he was reaching into Liam's pocket and not his own.
that's true.
Yeah. Actually, with that, all of you can roll perception checks for me.
Why the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, I got an 11. Nina's perception is on making sure Nathan is okay. She is just zoned in on that right now.
22.
Okay. Rowan and Liam, both of you you've primarily been focused on your own group for different reasonings. Rowan, you just making sure your friends get through this and your belongings get through this. Liam, you're more focused on, you're very familiar with this area of type of people, you're familiar with this type of crowd. You're more looking for those type of hands. And what you notice, there are multiple moments of people bumping into you and, hands that come close. Every time you see a possible moment that you would have taken yourself, you see a small little hand come up and kindly redirect. Little voice, nope, oh, look over there. Just every single time your little guide, Mr. McGill, just skillfully redirects the hands, completely focused on his quarry as he guided you to the table. And as he gets you to the table, pulls the chair up, puts his arms down, and says, "Welcome to the Yawning Portal." And you
While
hand him a
everyone's guarded-
gold.
When everyone's preoccupied with something else, I'm I'm gonna just to Terrence McGill, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to subtly give him 10 gold and say, stick around and good job.
He pockets it very quickly, doesn't respond, but you see the eye connection
I'm gonna wink at him too.
briefly, as he is very concerned with his current job.
I also winked at him.
And all of you are now surrounding this table. It's not very big, but then again, this bar is jam-packed.
Is it kind of like a corner table or kind of just out in the...
I would say
floor?
it's more in the... So you came, let's say you came in through like the southern door. He kind of walked you around the portal to the opposite side to where a table was. So you're more on the opposite side of the actual entrance. You have a table that's probably not big enough for all of you. However, you're all huddled around it. There's really only like maybe 3 chairs, one of which is being held by Terrence. But it's a standing table, so you all kind of stand around it. And Terrence would just kind of look up at all of you. I believe drinks are on the gentleman that just excavated this table. If you need anything further, the owner here is Durnan, famous owner of the Yawning Portal. Well, yeah, at least that for the moment.
What does that mean?
Well, it's Waterdeep, and there's an opening to the Underdark. You know how many crazy
Oh, I see.
shit
You're
comes
afraid
out?
there might be. Yeah, got it. Okay. I think you had mentioned that getting a room here might be difficult given the time of year. Any tips on how we can make that happen?
You need me to get you a room?
Just one.
How much you willing to put out for it?
How much do you anticipate it'll be?
This time of year, at least a platinum.
Make it 2.
His eyes kind of widen a bit before he recollects himself. Yeah, no, you're right. That sounds about right. I'll be right back, miss. He scrambles down, and you see him disappeared in the crowd.
And it just goes, I just want to make sure we have good wine in the room at the end of the night.
Fair point.
I would like to look around from where we're standing around this table and look for anyone that seems to be caring about our presence, is like looking at us with intent or anything.
Roll perception check.
Dear
On
sister,
that
are
note,
you
I'm gonna
lush?
take off for the night. I gotta go deal with some stuff.
All right.
But
Good
thanks
night.
for the
Have a good
games.
night.
See you guys later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What did Liam say?
I said, are you a lush, dear sister?
No. I'm a princess, remember?
No, I never said that.
Yeah, I only got 7.
I'll be keeping an eye out too, but I only got a 13.
I forgot what you were looking out for. I'm sorry, I got distracted by
People
the
who are,
alien.
that's okay. People who are paying attention to
Okay,
us
right,
and
right.
our presence.
Okay. You don't. Yeah, you don't get the sense that anyone in particular is watching you. There's a lot of people around you. Every now and then, you kind of feel the eyes of that group of dwarfs that had been hovering around the table, but they also don't seem to be well invested. It's just now and then you see them kind of glance over, but then all of their eyes tend to go towards whatever is garnering everyone's attention, whether it's a fight breaking out, a loud burst of laughter, noises coming from deep below the yawning portal. Every once in a while, you'll hear an uproar of hushed voices, and then, oh, as the rope going down into the yawning portal will suddenly go taut and shake a little. And when nothing happens, the crowd kind of relieves. You're not quite sure if it's more relief or disappointment, but everything goes right back to normal. And a few
Gods,
minutes...
can you imagine the anticipation of living with this like every evening you wanted to relax? Some people are just adrenaline junkies.
I would assume that most of them haven't seen anything then.
Fair point.
A few minutes later, a waiter from earlier comes to your table, and Terrence immediately, is parting people. Out of the way! Out of the way! And he would come down. Oh, Terrence, so good to see you, darling. As he sets down a tray and starts putting... And Terrence is just like, I've got a new group for us here. Fresh from outside of Waterdeep. And the waiter would pause for a moment. He sets down a drink and actually takes all of you in. Well, welcome to Waterdeep. I've basically brought you the most... what most people drink, which is just basic ale. However, should you need anything more, my name's Eric, and I am happy to be your server for the evening. Unless, of course, someone else passes by and I am occupied by the 5,000 other people in here. But you, my dears, are my absolute #1 clients. You see him kind of side-eye Terrence, and Terrence just gives him a thumbs up.
Not suspicious at all.
Eric would just kind of give a little chuckle. Anything else you all need before I head back?
This'll do as long as we're working on that room, Terrence.
Oh, yes. This lot needs a room. Just one. And he kind of gives Eric a look as he makes a circle motion, and Eric's like, it's alright. Alright. One room for all of you, correct?
Seems right. We're told that this is your busy season and you might not have an extra space.
That would be correct. We have no rooms available, except those willing to pay.
That'd be us.
What are you willing to pay, my dears? I can tell you the highest bidder at the moment. You see him look eyes immediately train towards behind the bar, where you see this like almost like chalkboard type thing, and there's several room numbers, and you see tallies going up with numbers beneath them. And he kind of looks at it. Looks like the lowest bidded room at the moment would be the Grellock room. For... it's hard for me to tell from here. Gods, I need glasses. And you see Terrence kind of pull up on his sleeve looking... that looks like, 32 at the moment. That's right. 32 gold, 1 night, 1 room. We don't care how many, who you put in there. 32 gold for the Grellock room. Would you like to put a bid down?
Yeah, 50, please.
You see Eric kind of... 50 gold.
What? I like a bed.
You're my kind of girl. If I swung that way. Alright. And you see him reach into his pocket before he pulls out his finger and holds it straight up. 50 gold, he says quietly. And a stream of golden glitter goes straight high before you train your eyes towards the chalkboard, and you see writing cross out whatever previous bid was on there, and you would see 50 kind of right into the chalkboard, and you would see a little initial next to it. And the waiter would lower his finger. My name is Eric. I'm your server for the night. Let me know if you need any further bids to go forward.
Thank you.
As of right now, you're the highest bidder. I'll let you know if you are overpassed.
Perfect.
Terrence?
I'm going to look at Terrence and ask Terrence to take me to where there may be magic items, or I can make custom requests for things. Basically, gear stuff.
Terrence would look at you. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to take you there, sir. We're going to be leaving the Yawning Portal. Probably headed to another type of building. Or ward.
I'll stay here. I'll make sure we have our room secured. I assume Nathan stays with for now.
Yeah.
I don't have an intention to leave.
Man, I don't know what Charles will do. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it up to her roll. 10 and above, she leaves. Well, it's my first natural 20 for the night, so she's gonna leave with you, Rowan. Or
Liam.
Liam.
That seems right. I feel like she would want to dive into the chaos of the city. I could have seen it going either way. Yeah. Yep. She's got to establish some Yala presence here too.
Yeah. So she's gonna leave the Yawning Portal with you. Terrence would, a little surprised, but he's gonna be like, all right, magic items, sir, I can take you right there. We're gonna be heading to the, probably a castle ward, I think. Come with me, stay tight, you two. And he would take both of you by the hand, kind of leading you back through the crowd and out into the open once more.
This child is growing on me. I'm going to adopt another child. This will be my third city with my third child.
collecting them.
After
Liam's second name is the babysitter. Like, that's just...
after they leave, anything that Nina or Rowan would like to do in this moment?
Nina is just very intent on making sure we have a safe place to put our head down at the end of the night, especially given how uncomfortable Nathan is. So she's just here to make sure that we don't get outbid, and that's what she'll do. We can always figure out library stuff in the morning from her perspective, but...
Rowan?
I would like to spend time where I just am constantly watching the crowd. I haven't been around this many people in a small area ever, pretty much. So I'm just watching the reactions of all the different people, the fights breaking out, the fights that happen and then they hug, and also kind of trying to look to see if I see anyone who looks similar to me throughout the crowd.
Okay. You guys spend your time in there. Liam and Chara, you follow Terrence out, and let's see. Coming back out, you follow Terrence outside, and it's weird because it's still daytime outside. Normally you're used to a tavern like that being full in the evening. It is still early afternoon as you make your way along the main road north from the trade ward up to the castle ward. Terrence is consistently giving you guidance, pointing out different areas, touristy spots. He points out several statues, well, several, probably 2 different statues as he moves along. These statues are huge, like large statues. 2 of them, one is mid-movement, standing there. It towers above the buildings. The other statue is partially, it looks like it's broken. It still towers above you, but it looks like something you could climb up on. And in fact, you see quite a few kids, almost like this has become a children's area to play upon as you pass through these different areas and these odd statues, especially the one that looks like it's almost sunken into the ground. The top portion being where the kids are playing upon. And Terrence would let you know, fuck me. I forgot the name of them. I'm pretty sure they're the walking statues of Waterdeep. But yeah, he would definitely tell you these are staples of Waterdeep. There are several of these almost well, to him they're Titan-sized statues. Huge statues that no one in their right mind would build statues like this in a city. There's no reason to, when you could build them just normal size. These are large, and they are throughout the city of Waterdeep. And Terrence would give you quite a few conspiracy theories of their origin, what he thinks they are. and just kind of all the general thoughts towards them as he leads you eventually toward forgot what it was called. This would be a good time for Megan to actually look at her notes as to what that library was called.
The library, is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's the Font of Knowledge.
Thank you. You are wonderful. Okay. Well, let me look here because I've got all of these here. I just need to know the name of it. Okay. So you come to the Castle Ward district of Waterdeep as Terrence leads you on, and you see it looks more like a temple. Big marble archway with marble doors along the front, and Terrence would walk up to the stairs leading up to it and just tell you, this is the Font of Knowledge, the biggest library in all of Waterdeep, my friend. Never been in it myself. I don't really know what you are looking for. I feel like you could find it elsewhere, but hey, if you need a library, this is the place to go. If you're looking for the armor and such, I can take you there instead. However, would you like to start here or at the armor?
Let's go with the armor.
Here we go. He would take you just a little to the east, northeast, still in the Castle Ward, and he would take you to just a very generic, what looks like shop, and take you inside, knock on the door. Customers coming in, sir. And you would see a human female look up, and you would see Terrence kind of wide-eyed for a moment. Oh, miss, sorry. Customers coming in, miss. Fresh off the streets, as he kind of slinks right back out the door.
He's got to stop telling everybody how new to town we are.
The
He's fine.
proprietor, female woman, hair, big, like, luscious curls of brown hair just sweeping down one side of her shoulder as she looks to all of you. Welcome to my shop. Looking for armor, weapons. What can I do for you?
Do you take custom orders?
I take all orders, sir. You 100%. I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. See, she like kind of comes around the counter, hand kind of going along it, and presses her back against it. Slinky dress, And she just looks at you. What kind of custom would you like?
A lot of my work involves being quiet, being not seen or heard. Is it possible for you to make me boots and gauntlets that can help in that?
She's thoughtful for a moment before she kind of glides up towards you. Why anyone would want to be quiet and silent, I don't know. However, I have just the thing for you. And she would turn towards the wall and like sweepingly run her hands back along a curtain that she pulls aside. Feast your eyes on this. Are you looking for things that help with stealth?
Yeah, stealth or that can make me faster.
Okay. Like, now, armor or weapons or both?
Mostly armor. I'd like to know if there's like a rapier or a dagger that has like, I don't know, an additional effect.
Thinking of like
need-
Vax's dagger of returning or whatever that he could throw and have it return.
Not exactly. I wasn't thinking that, but I wouldn't be against something like that. I was thinking more like a dagger of poison or flame tongue dagger, something where like there's a residual effect.
Okay.
Which I guess Vax had both of, but I wasn't trying to say like Vax. I was more like Liam in Baldur's Gate 3 has like daggers like that. Actually, I did get Whisper in the Whisper mod, so Liam teleports around a little bit now.
You see the proprietor as she pulls back the curtain and Vanna White's the armor along the wall.
Vanna White's.
Anything to your liking, sir? Would you like me to show
I guess that-
you how well it fits?
What exactly am I being shown?
She reaches forward and pulls some greaves off and walks over to you and kind of runs her hand along the bottom of your arm to hold it up and places the item up under it and weaves it up over your arm. These are greaves. They help protect one. How does that feel?
Feels all right. What's it made of?
The finest leathers.
Does it do anything? Does it just protect, or I mean, I did ask for stealth.
You see her reach forward with one hand, twist her fingers into a tab, and yanks it, and the greaves fall off, and she takes them over and hangs them back on the wall. Stealth, you say? And she would pull She would pull, like, kind of run her eyes and finger along the wall before looking down. And her finger curls and hooks into a pair of boots that she just drags behind her and, like, sweepingly pulls them up. Will these do? Boots of stealth.
What do the boots look like?
They look like very normal boots of leather. They've got some embroidery along the sole of it. Wear these, and no one will ever hear anything. You'll get away with murder. Or other various acts. She kind of looks back at the wall where they were sitting. Rare item, you see. 30 gold.
Interesting. Set them aside. Aside from just won't hear with murder, and I guess DM, I'm asking you this like outside of character. Do they do anything, or are they just like just boots?
You can roll insight if you want to see if
Yep,
you
I'm gonna do
believe
that.
this.
Insight. Dirty 20.
Okay. You look at the boots, kind of feel them, and as you put them on the ground and kind of match it to your foot, your eyes kind of trail up towards Terrence, who looks at you for a moment, and his eyes look down at the boot and then look back at you, and he just kind of
Okay. No thank you on these boots. Do you have anything else?
Of course. And she reaches down, picks up the boots, places them back against the wall. Quiet, yes? So not looking to be quiet for murder. What kind of things would you like to be quiet for, sir?
Well, I suppose the question is, what sort of clientele do you service?
At this,
No,
she turns fully toward you,
I'll flip over to her a gold coin.
catches it. This type of clientele. She drops it into, you know. Drops it.
I'm confused. Where?
The bosom. Rowan, you're very familiar with this.
The bosom. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe I will be again soon. You don't know I'm to play one.
So,
This is
tell me,
out of
sir.
character, and I may just be confused.
Mhm.
Is she implying that she is a lady of the evening, or is she saying that like she does take money?
She's not implying that. However, she's not implying she's not. She's pretty much implying she is. Never mind.
Okay.
She's not implying. She's basically telling you.
I'm gonna look her straight in the eye and say, "I'm not here for that. I really am just looking for gear. If you're not able to help me, can you direct me as to where I can get some items?"
Then get the hell out of my shop then.
I can help you. I just need to know what you're looking for. Do you want something for here? And her hands kind of go around your chest area. Or maybe here, and one hand kind of waves in front of your face. Or maybe here. And her hands kind of lower towards your hips.
I'm gonna look over it. Sorry, I got distracted because I got an email about registering for classes.
Fine.
She's just. Yeah, no, I'm hoping this is my last semester. I just need to finish my dissertation.
You're fine, Liam.
Is she trying to seduce me? Is that what I was hearing?
I mean, I don't want to make you roll, but the fact that you're asking me.
You know what, Terrence? Is there another shop?
Terrence is like fully visually engaged with what is going on right now.
Terrence, I'm gonna snap at him.
What?
Is there another shop? Because clearly this isn't working.
It's not?
No. But if you can get me to a shop that has some rare items, either gear, magic, or anything, I will give you money to come back later.
Oh. Right. Sorry, miss. You're going to have to keep the girls, you know, kept tight for now. All right, here we go. He grabs your sleeve of your arm and pulls you out and leads you on. He would probably take you to about 2 other shops that all kind of offer various items and such. Let's see here. I really should get better at asking what you guys are looking for ahead of time.
I do have some notes, so I can plan on sending you mine for our next session. I don't necessarily think it's something we need to worry about for me since I'm back at the tavern this go around, but
Okay. Liam, are you okay if I look into actual stealth armor?
Yeah. Stealth
Okay.
armor, any sort of weapons with secondary effects.
Okay.
Books and poisoning or anything. Yeah. Actually, I was going to say, do you mind if I call it for now, today?
Yeah.
11 o'clock and...
Oh, yeah. Okay. So he would lead you around to various different places, kind of still showing you around and everything. He points out the library at one point and then would lead you back to the yawning portal, where he weaves you back towards your friends. And then I will have some items for you specifically for next session.
Cool. Well then, my friends...
for as much as Liam loves chaos, he has like no interest in like the social aspect of He's like, I just want to do crime. I just want to do crime.
I just want...
Rowan was oblivious sometimes. Damn.
Liam is not interested in sex.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
At least not this type of sex.
All right. So we can close that part of the session for tonight then. You guys have made it to Waterdeep. If you guys have specific things you want to do here, feel free to message me so DM can prepare a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We should also put the call out to Allie too, just in case.
Yeah.
I know she had some stuff she wanted to do.
And then otherwise...
I was gonna look for someone similar to
Toby.
Toby in Young Porter. That was even before.
I'm sure you'll find one. I'm sure
there
you'll
are
find.
plenty.
Yeah.
But anyways, all right. yeah, we'll end it there for tonight with a couple of you in the yawning portal. The rest of you looking for gear, and we'll pick up there next time in the midst of Waterdeep.
Wow, we actually went to a new location, like far.
Big location. Big
Yeah,
location.
I'm gonna put together some notes on like the exact information we want to pick out of Flick's letter too, and figure out like I want to have some. This is what I want to look at for at the library things.
Awesome.
Yeah, I gotta reread that letter again. In full detail to just capture
Yeah.
some of it too.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
pour through my notes and figure out some like exact stuff to research too. So.
All right, guys.
And I will try to get that to you ahead of time so you can like have it
That's-
for preparation, not the day of.
You're fine. Actually, the day of, as long as it's like the morning, is fine. Because
Right.
I usually spend the entire day like, okay, what do I gotta
That's
do?
fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's
So-
fair.
All right, guys. Thank you. Have a good night and
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Yeah.
Year. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Sounds good.
All right.